Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 2 of Inktober, and today's is Discover. So I kinda had a difficult time figuring out what the heck am I going to draw. I keep coming back to one thing, so we're gonna work on that. It's certainly gonna be a pivot from yesterday. Let's see if I still have... I might do some... Alright, I had to take care of something. These things come up. Okay, so let's see. We might have to test a bunch of available brushes here. Maybe. I'm gonna have to sample some. Oh, that's white on white. Actually, I kind of need... I don't want this to be a white canvas. I had like a collection from last year that was okay. However, I want to take, whenever I have time, I want to take an opportunity to experiment with others. Today might be a good day to do that. Is that under? Under that. Okay. Alright. Let's look at what we have for ink related things. Not quite what I'm looking for. Okay. Yep, not that. That's my standard. Ooh. I can't. That's a liner. That's another liner. This is my go-to. Doesn't look like it differs. Oh, this is a little chunky. Oh, okay. Oh, I kind of like it. This one's pretty okay. This one is very situational. The brush is like really big. Not what I'm looking for today's prompt. I'm looking for more. So I think before I used. Nope. 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 No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used something like this. Oh, definitely not that. Yeah. Do I have this? Guess it's more watery than anything. Maybe I'll try something different. Where? Yep. That's one that I used for. No, none of these other things. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Hello, hello. How are you? No. Nope. 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 Actually, pretty much any of these things can work. However, I'm kind of looking. You had a couple of interviews. Oh, how did they go? Went okay. We drawing today? I drew yesterday too. Yesterday was the first day of Inktober. These are oil. Maybe I should stick with. Today, the first step is probably gonna be a little difficult. Here, let me show you yesterday's prompt. Yesterday's prompt was a backpack. So this is what we drew yesterday for backpack. This is our day one prompt. Yeah. Although this is like a cell shading approach, so we're not doing cell shading today. Didn't know Unk had it like that? I'll show you an Unk. Little spring chicken. Let's show you an Unk. Okay, so that's definitely not it. Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, I kind of like this. That might be rough enough. Oh, I keep going back to that one. This might be a little too rough. I'm looking for something with enough spotted grain that I can use. It can cut down something in aesthetic that I'm trying to get. I think we're gonna use this. Hmm. Okay. Which brush did I ended up keeping last time? This one? Really? I'm trying to think back to my old stuff. I might have used a water one actually. Probably this. I combined a bit of water. Yeah. Oh, it's this. Interesting. What was this? No, that's too smooth. I do like this though. Maybe I should. I think we might use this. Okay. I mean, it's gonna end up turning into an ink painting then. I guess. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for, right? We'll see. We'll play it by ear. This is probably the more crucial step for this one. Okay. So, the prompt today is discover. So, let's try to work on how we're gonna get discover. Go in here. The hard part is probably going to figure out how the heck am I gonna get how am I gonna get scale? So say like we're gonna do something like this, right? And then okay. And then if you were a student stuck between these two summer positions, what would you go for? One that is in a prestigious company, but the position is less relevant to what you want to pursue, versus one that is directly relevant, but within a small company. Intriguing. A very interesting question. Um, hmm. You do not have any other more details than that? Um, the realistic, right? The really pragmatic. That's kind of what you're stuck between now. Though, of course, I haven't received a definite, but I don't know what to pick. Well, let's say, right, let's say we're assuming that both will be offered, right? As opposed to thinking one or the other, because the decision might be made for you, but it's a great opportunity for self-exploration. Right? It's a great opportunity for self-exploration. So, the idea I would say is, since this is a job, right, it's a career-oriented thing, I typically take a more pragmatic approach. So I would write down all my current values in my career, and whichever one allows me the flexibility to pivot to them would be probably the one that I pick. And since you only offer two properties, which is prestigious or not prestigious, and although your second detail kind of answers the question for me, I picked the one that I can conceivably know that is relevant and understand that I can pivot from the relevancy. As I'm more inclined to believe that if I am in a relevant environment, I am more inclined to explore after being in a relevant environment. However, prestigious might imply the possibility of being inspired. So there is some part of me that would entertain if I had any inclination that being in a prestigious environment means that I'll struggle because it's less relevant. You might be thinking, well, you don't have to struggle in less relevant things. We're comparing to the relevant things. So struggling is a learning process, right? So when I say struggle, it means I have a larger opportunity to learn more about myself, while also getting the extra perk of being in a prestigious company. If I were to, let's say I didn't get the offer, let's try to hypothetically talk about what happens if I enter either situation. If I enter a prestigious company with less relevance, my mindset would be prepared for that. I will know that my goal now is to look for relevancy. When I enter the one that is directly relevant to me, but in a smaller company, my mindset is to enter using my ability to elevate and expand and diversify from that small company. So this doesn't answer any of your question, but for my sake, I would do the thing that it is not offering and rely on my perception that the company's characteristics are providing the rest. So if it's the relevant company, I'm not going to invest as much time into the relevant aspects, but try to expand from the relevant aspects. Meanwhile, if I went into a company that has less relevant stuff, my focus would be to observe and acquire as many things to find relevancy. So then you can like balance it out whenever. So do you think future employees would value the relevant experience in a small company over the other? That's going to be a tough call because there's no possible way I would know given the situation. If we were to generalize things, when you go into a relevant small company and you were able to take on a leadership position to diversify the skill set from relevant experience from a small company, it would mean that you're a trailblazer, right? You would develop leadership skills where there weren't leadership skills. So your relevant experience become incredibly relevant regardless. If you're in a prestigious company with less relevant skills, the goal is to acquire as many relevant skills or assimilate as many relevant skills you have from the prestigious company. Then your future employers would like that too. So, in my opinion, this is a westernized approach, going against the grain or expanding upon the grain as opposed to maintaining a standard, right? I think that is very much more the work ethic of depending on your culture, right? I'm taking a more Western approach here. In say, like, we'll say Japan or something, the work ethic is to uphold the standard. Are they incentivized to go above and beyond? Well, their baseline standards are very high. So just maintaining that standard is probably sufficient. In a Western world, at least in my opinion, in like the United States, for example, there is some attraction to being expected to do less, but you only end up doing more. And the attraction of under promising and over delivering kind of thing. So if you're asking in the sense of the relevant experience in the small company, under promise and over deliver, right? So the idea is, well, this company has all the relevant experience I have, so it will be smooth sailing. What can you do to stand out from the rest of the small company? The mindset going in is, if I truly understand that this is relevant experience, I will stand out by providing something that the company does not provide over time. And that would make for an exceptional point of discussion planning into the future, for your future employers. Like, well, I am from a small company. It had a lot of relevant experiences. I spent most of my time trying to innovate on what the company has to offer, because my innovation is what distinguishes me from people from this small company. I didn't manage to land a prestigious company. However, I have the attitude and initiative to go beyond the small company, right? That's kind of like the angle. In the prestigious company, instead, it's like, oh yeah, I didn't have a lot of relevant information, relevant experience. I dropped in, it was a struggle, but here are all my qualifications that I've acquired from the prestigious company. And with that, it was a privilege to work for the company, and I expect that I have gained the experience that came from being in such a privileged position, right? That's kind of the way to say that you acquired something from the experience and did more than expected. Like a prestigious company, one thing would be you enter the prestigious company and you're like, I like one or two things about this company, and that's kind of all I did. Like, well, then you'll look like a dud because you didn't take advantage of all the resources. In a small company, you have all you've already gone beyond that. So the idea is you're going to build out from that. And this is not professional advice, by the way. This is candid talk about mindset. The idea, in my opinion, is you're looking for something that the company is not offering as a demonstration of personal growth or initiative. I feel if you have demonstrated initiative and proactive growth on like a resume or something, those employees are those prospective employees or recruits are, in my opinion, more universally inclined to be looked upon favorably, because sometimes when you see someone on a piece of paper, there's no guarantee that that person will make the most of it. So oftentimes in retrospect, when I build a resume, it has to be filled with proactive things as opposed to things prescribed. It's a Western shift, in my opinion. This is like a westernized shift. Other cultural standards could be something like, oh, you've done something incredibly well that no one in the company can do, but it's what the company does best. That type of thing, like a gold standard. You can try gold standarding yourself, which for me, if you're a younger person and you're trying to climb the ladder, I don't think the first thing you want to tackle is mastery of a skill and living in someone's shadow for like all your predecessors' shadow forever, right? That's a glass ceiling effect. So if you aim to imitate constantly, in my opinion, that can create a psychological glass ceiling for your experience. Like, oh, kind of the YouTuber, the content creation syndrome for younger people. Like, oh, I want to be just as good as this person. Just as good? And why do you want to be exactly like this person? That means you can only be like this person or less. And then, they finally get it. It's like, oh, now I can be better than this person. Like, but how? By doing the thing they did, only better. I'm like, that is negligibly still the same. Because you're not innovating, you're not growing, you're not creating and constructing on your own. So, when you get older, like, I'm not really that old yet, so I still have the luxury of like pursuing other things and whatnot. However, there's some place when you become incredibly comfortable, which you're not, right? You're at the moment you're looking for prospective employees. You're thinking about the changing future as opposed to, I'm settled down, this is a comfortable place. I'm 15 years into it. Let's raise the bar on this gold standard. I can rest assured that my life is meaningful. I don't require the learning process, right? And obviously I'm not one of them, even at the age of 37. And I don't think I'm going to be one of those people who feel like I sit on my relevant experience and continue to nurture that relevant experience. So if now that I'm reevaluating the question, I am more inclined to take up a position where I'm way out of my elements. However, I'm given access to the largest number of pool of experienced people. So knowing that if I were offered both of them at my current state of mind, I would enter the prestigious company with the mindset that I'm not going to end up coming out the same person ever again, as opposed to going into a small company and confirming what I know to be true and hopefully relying only on myself, right? Largely on myself and maybe like YouTube or something, with the creative capacity and enough experience to innovate on my own. If I rewind back to my 20s or something, I think I had enough self-awareness to know that there's no possible way that I could innovate on myself. Like, there's no way I was old enough or experienced enough and knowledgeable enough to be able to innovate outside of my own box. In fact, I still feel this way now. So I'm heavily dependent on other people like you, asking questions like this. Like, it's not like I was gonna plan a lesson plan to ask myself this question, because I no longer ask myself this question. So that's kind of the idea. Like, I think one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, how confident are you? These are trade-offs. Do you want to feel comfortable, right? How comfortable do you want to feel? That's one of the relevant versus irrelevant questions. And then the other property is do, do you feel that you have the capacity to innovate? Because I don't know what your experience is. What, like, are you bringing in non-relevant experience? Like, for example, we only talked about the relevant experiences. When you go into a company, are you also bringing in irrelevant experiences? And what I mean is currently tangentially related experiences. Those are the skills that you can build on in a small company to go beyond the company, right? Like, for example, I'm not learning Japanese to be Japanese. I'm learning Japanese from the perspective of an English and Fujianese speaker. That is my somewhat relevant but tangentially relevant experience. So if I'm going to record myself learning Japanese and Chinese, I'm not going to do what everyone else is doing. I can't possibly do that by cheapening myself and preventing myself from using Fujianese and English. Now, it will most definitely lower your gold standard, right? What is the gold standard in a small company, though? Is a baseline I can uphold. I can uphold the average Japanese language learner and the average Chinese learner. In fact, a lot of people say, like, I grind too much, I study too much. Well, that's comfort. It's relevant experience. I know how to study very long hours and engage myself very long hours. Those are relevant skills. What is not relevant is everyone rejecting their previous experience and making it work. So I personally took up the challenge to make it so that it is exciting to use your native language in different ways to engage in your target language. It might not be the best thing, it might not be the greatest thing, or etc., but certainly it's an identifiable thing. So when someone talks to me and learn Japanese, that is where I go. So when I'm doing artwork, like right now, there are many relevant skills I have that I learned in the prestigious world of the internet. There's no richer source, in my opinion, of freely accessible, even given AI generated, right? Freely accessible artwork. The question is, now how do I take as much of that? So I focus on the last 3 years, during Inktober. I kind of typed this up already in the Discord when I was talking to Blair about artwork. My goal is, I'm in the prestigious world of the internet, right? Digital art is everywhere. There are so many people who are incomprehensibly and unfathomably more skilled than I am. So the goal is, I know nothing. I have so many irrelevant experiences. However, I do have some relevant experiences. So I took those minimal relevant experiences compared to the irrelevant ones, and I used my analytical skills, right? And I took as many elements as I can, knowing that I won't be able to match the mastery. Instead, I took all of that and built something of my own, and that off them. So now my artwork is a combination of, like, an amalgamation of whatever I could collect in a small period of time. So that, like, day one's prom is a combination of basically only drawing once a month every 3 years, and then, like, some on and off, like, TLC. So that's pretty much how I approach language learning and everything else. So that's probably more of a projection of my own approach to life, if that's what you were looking for. The irrelevant experience is a position in automation, which is what I specialize in during your bachelor's. Okay, so I would say you can become relevant. Yeah, so it can be okay. However, for my own sake, I would like to move away from that field and pursue hardware positions, which is what the other position is. Wait. So the automation one is the small company, and the prestigious one is the hardware position. Or is it the other way around? Automation is the big one. Well, then that's okay. Well, then you got the best of both worlds, in my opinion. Like for me, if that's the case, it's a small company, period. Because if you're pivoting away from something, ironically, it's more irrelevant than you can imagine, right? Because you're pivoting away from something. So actually, if I were to redescribe or redefine that, the prestigious company is the one with the relevant information or experience, and the small company is the one with the irrelevant one, because you're still learning the hardware position, right? I guess you mean relevant as in it's relevant to your pursuits, but not necessarily relevant to your experience, right? The small one is hardware, which is what I want to pursue. Yeah, so you're pursuing it. It's a relevant pursuit. However, you don't have relevant experience yet. I was under the impression it was the other way around, because you're talking about relevant experience as opposed to like a relevant pursuit. Like you have not gained those experiences. So that small company will be the source for your relevant. The downside is it is kind of a double whammy, because now this question would be even more relevant. Now that this is a hard, in my opinion, relatively speaking, this is a tougher situation, and I can kind of understand why it's a tough situation now, because the small company can restrict and create a glass ceiling for your exposure, for your pivot, for new experience. It would be far more ideal if you had a chance at a prestigious company which had a lot of resources, forwards pivoting to a new experience, right? Because if you're pivoting towards it, you want the exposure. You're looking for exposure to your pivot. Otherwise, you won't be able, like, one wouldn't be able to intuitively see what you sample enough exposure to know where you're going, where you want to go. So that's kind of a tough decision. Largely though, if your pursuit is pivoting away from something, exposure, you weigh how much exposure potential you have. In my opinion, one of like the top 3 things I would say is look at the company, look at your choices. Which one will help you gain the most natural exposure, because your time is going to be directed into that position, right? So even if you say, oh, I've heard this before, this is one of the traps where, like, oh, well, on my free time, I can expose myself to different things, right? On my free time, I can expose myself to different things. However, most of the time, it's an underestimate of how long it will take to the time that it takes from the position will take time away. It's very difficult to predict. So oftentimes I would say invest in the thing that you have to do. So to gain exposure, the thing that you have to do has to supply that much exposure. I guess what I'm afraid of is picking the hardware position and then find out that they're assigning me paperwork, and that's not actually learning the relevant knowledge that I was going in for anyway. At least with the big company, I have a big name to show for on the resume. Wait, you mean like after you get the job? Like much further years later? Because you're gonna paper push regardless of which company you go into now. Since you're entry level. Oh, after you're done with the internship, you're going to paper push regardless of the internship you get, because you're going to be a inexperienced person. Like you have to climb a ladder of experience. Like to show for when I'm actually applying for graduate position. I think the realistic take on this is that you are just as likely not going to get relevant, like get experience exposure in both cases. So for example, at a small company, you might be able to shine. At a big company, you might not be able to shine. So what I mean is, you're relying on the idea that you'll be equally as successful in both situations in terms of exposure. That's a difficult thing to gamble on. Like having a big name means that you won't be assigned paperwork. I think generally speaking, when you get an internship and then you enter a professional field, you start at the bottom most of the time, or you start near the bottom. It is very unlike I wasn't like a superstar or anything, so I have always anticipated that I start at the bottom. Like right now, I might say, "Oh, my resume has a prestigious degree from somewhere." That might give me some leverage. However, in the back of my mind, it's like I haven't been doing relevant experience for a while. I start at the bottom. That's the realistic perspective. So I think if that's how, like, I don't know how it operates, but if that's how it operates where you are, then if the nightmare is to avoid being assigned a paper position, then yeah, the big company seems like you know your answer. Like having a big name. I didn't get to my position with a big name. I got my position because when I was low and I was a grunt, I did my grunt work, which was like the relevant experience. I improved its efficiency, and I spent most of my time liberating time in order to strike when the iron's hot. So largely, when I start moving up, then I was able to flex and use those skills that I cultivated while being efficient with like the grunt work. That's unengaging and possibly uninteresting. There is things that are learning from the grunt work, so there is value to bolstering efficiency. You can be an eclectic artist and still have strokes like this, like for example my terrible strokes like this, right? However, even with strokes like this, you can produce a fantastic piece of work with enough time, right? So the idea for me is, do you want, how do you want to get there? I suppose. I do not believe that going to having a small name means that you're guaranteed to that it's going to be guaranteed that it's a lower starting position than a big name. With that said though, obviously ideally big name and relevant would be fantastic. When I think about big names or prestigious things, you're also in a large ocean, right? Like it's hyper competitive then. So if you ask yourself, are you a shark? If you're a shark, I think you know your answer already. I wasn't a shark. So I wasn't a shark. I still pursued the prestigious thing, but then I became a guppy as opposed to a shark. I knew it was a very humbling experience. So ask yourself, I suppose, if you want that humbling experience or not. Some people thrive on it. Being in a prestigious like company, if you're locked into automation, I suppose to make that decision a little bit easier, you would explore to see if you can pivot even in that. Like, for example, if the big name gets your foot through the door and elevates your higher entry, then I would see if there's lateral movement, like you can integrate new ideas into the automation or pivot from there if you have the liberties. Getting a head start on like entry level things allow you to pivot more liberally later, right? If you establish success, you can pivot however you want. That's kind of like one of the trade-offs when I think about early pivot. You know, there's a lot of paperwork, but surely they give some relevant subject experience. If not, then I wouldn't see the point of picking the hardware position at least. Wait, surely they would give some relevant subject experience. If not, then I wouldn't see the point of picking. Wait, so you want relevant experience from the hardware position that is in the small company? I don't understand the nature of that comment. For myself, I would say if you're pivoting into something without relevant experience, the whole goal is to hope that it doesn't have any relevant experience, because you bring the relevant experience. I mean, like, if you're taking a chance on something small that has low exposure, the idea to maximize that opportunity is that you're hoping that all the exposure is relevant to your lack of experience as opposed to the other way around. I understand that later you would want a career or a position that harnesses your relevant experience, you know, takes advantage of your relevant experience. In the beginning of a career, you're looking for the most amount of exposure, unless you're already a superstar, which I've definitely met some peeps who feel like they were superstars from the start. Nani o kakimasu ka? Now, when you use the other kaku, Lotus, I feel like the other kaku would be more likely. This kaku. Lotus, I'm just kidding. We're doing the prop is discover today. The prop is discover today. I'm kidding, Lotus. I'm being a butthead. Wait, I forgot which brush I was using. Oh no. Am I using this brush? Oh no. I forgot which brush I was using. Was it this brush? Oh yeah, it was this brush. You made a mistake, you done goof. Oh, well, we were drawing something. However, Sub-Zero asks we're having a digression moment at the moment. I'm trying my best to make it relevant. Again, relevance. Yeah, so you know that I kind of think you already started leaning towards, I mean, based on your response, Sub-Zero, it sounds like you have your answer already. Go for the big company. if I'm reading the subtext properly, go for the big company. Like I'm not a it it's fairly obvious your comments are pivoting towards the big company. You must have some social pressures that I cannot appreciate for having a prestigious name attached. So I think that's the way to go. If you wanted my unsolicited understanding of how you're like phrasing things, this is obviously a conjecture on my part. However, the way you're talking and whatnot, forget prestige, make your own prestige. That is the other option, which is going with a smaller company. You make your prestige. So we kind of talked a lot about the different things, different options. Yeah, it's a tough decision though. It's definitely a tough decision. I don't want to give you the idea that it's trivial in any way. Actually, most life decisions are. I'm like preaching to the choir at this point. Oh, wait. I just realized I was keeping track of my layers, because I do need to keep track of my layers for this piece. Hmm. Don't mind me. I'm basically outlining the composition at the moment. I mean, the whole dilemma is going into a big company, but the job description does not seem to give relevant subject experience outside of general engineering experience. The small company has a job description that matches subjects that have a passion for. I mean, they're both going to give me the same learning outcome, as in just doing regular paperwork. Then yes, I'm pivoting towards yes. That's my thought. So if you have some inclination to understand that they're going to give you relevant regular paperwork, like both of them, exposure comes next. So big company is the exposure. Exposure gives you the opportunity to get, since you're both going to get general engineering experience, exposure, right? Big company has more likelihood and probabilistic, if you're a proactive person, which I think you give me the impression that is, exposure trumps relevant experience. As in, like, yes, the small company has a job description that matches the subject that you're passionate for. What are the chances that a big company with lots of exposure will also provide that unintentionally, like inspire you to do things? So I was thinking from, I don't know you well enough about your aptitude. I would have to be like your educator or some, or academic counselor who has like access to your experience and your academic inclinations. Generally speaking, if you're someone who is able to innovate and create, I'll take a Lotus approach, create your own innovation, exposure will provide a higher likelihood of having change you, like your learning experience will have a higher chance of producing larger number of opportunities and outcomes. If you're one that likes to be comfort, like in the field of comfort, as in build slowly out of something you know, then the small company would be a way, because then it liberates time for your self-exploration, if you know what I mean. So let's make this related to language learning and drawing, I suppose. One, like, that's kind of how I'm approaching Duolingo. It's kind of funny in that way. You practice your foundations. Your foundations become incredibly efficient. That liberates your time for self-exploration. Small company. Large company, you're going in, you know you're going to be doing grunt work, likely, right? However, you have the wealth of the entire internet, and you know what to do with that wealth of information. Create something new. That's me and drawing. I don't use drawing approaches by practicing fundamentals over and over again until I develop and slowly stretch from that fundamental, because I don't have the time to do so. So in order for me to compress, it's ironic because I'm doing the opposite for language learning, or it's I'm approaching my self-study in a different way because of self-study. In drawing, well, I'm using a different approach. I take, quote unquote, the best of the internet, which is pretty much everything about art at this point, especially digital art. I look at references, I look at all the wealth of knowledge available to me, and I synthesize them. So the question is, are you a synthesizer and a maker of your own prestige, or do you want something like a workhorse and slowly pivot out of it, right? And I kind of feel like because you're already pursuing a pivot in your education, you have the confidence, or you want to have the confidence in believing in yourself that you can synthesize. You're a synthesizer. So going into the big company is the lean. Subtextually, you are weighing and gambling, but in a favorable way, right? On the idea that if you are given enough exposure, you'll create magic out of it anyways. So whatever the small company has to offer, it has a glass ceiling. The big company does not. And that's how I think of the word prestigious. That's what I think of when I say you go to a big prestigious thing. It means that you are completely reliant on yourself to know that when you go there, you might be a small fish in a large ocean, but boy, do you know how to eat and get bigger. That's the thought. I did that when I was in graduate school. I went for college. For college, I did the small company thing with relevant information because I had no idea what I was going to do. So high school, I was pretty good at science. Asked the most relevant person that I can think of. It's like, they graduated from this college. It's like, oh, it's about 2 hours away. I applied to it. That was it. And then that college innovated. It was a liberal arts college, and it told me that I can synthesize information regardless of what discipline I go into. So I aimed higher. I actually spent 3 years getting relevant work I was so uncomfortable that I went out and worked for the government in that pivot for 3 years. And I know that it's time. So I went to a prestigious university for graduate school. And sure enough, it humbled the crap out of me. And I came out at the other end and a person that don't necessarily feel that I can't learn anything. I still have questions about my competency, but there isn't necessarily a skill that I would say, learn this and do this. It's largely due to the nature of the big, prestigious name. What came with going to a big, prestigious school is that everyone else around you are pretty much superstars too, and everyone that is there to mentor you are superstars. So you're going to feel very small, but sure as heck, that's not going to make you insecure. What it's going to make you feel, in my opinion, if you're a synthesizer, is you can't stop wanting to go to school or go to work because you have so much more to learn from them. So any opportunity to spend, even sacrificing food and sleep, to go and constantly curate as much experience as you can from the opportunity. That is the curiosity and development of a synthesizer, a person who's creating things and solving things that people didn't ask for or haven't solved. That's the pioneer effect. Of course, for me, the story wrote itself out. It was not sustainable. Then, because even if I can do that, that doesn't necessarily mean I had a great lifestyle and mental health and fortitude to do that. So reality can be pretty harsh. So that's kind of the idea. And what am I drawing? So I'm drawing a landscape. Today's inspiration, which is the reference, right? The references. The inspiration are landscape. Usually I write it on my YouTube description. Twitch doesn't have a description based thing. So the inspiration are the Chinese and Japanese inspiration for this piece. I gotta keep track of time. Inspiration piece is Japanese, Chinese landscape ink painting. So it's not any specific reference. It's many, many references. That's how I collect information. So I kind of already done this once 2 years ago, and then another time last year. So it's an evolution of my approach to that one. And this is my basic layout of where I want my features. Yeah. So like, for example, two of the references that I'm looking at features and stuff that I want to include in this piece. And also, I'm breaking it down using the techniques that I prefer to use and the coloration and approach that I want. So like, I'm looking at right now here, I'm looking at a piece that is rendered in color, but mine isn't going to have color, or not in the same way. I'm integrating probably 2 or 3 other techniques that I prefer to use for landscape painting. So that's kind of it kind of describes itself, right? The internet has a lot of things. I'm taking a little from column A and all the way to column F, and then I'm combining them so that it's transformative. Skills are transformative, right? So that's kind of where I'm going with this. I wanted to incorporate some elements of different things. So I'm like scribbling on different layers to like get an idea where I want it. Today's piece is going to be kind of hard to do relatively with time. So I'm probably going to skip adding a lot of elements. Uh, the prompt is discover. So I wanted to do something that had like scale. So we're doing like a scale thing. Something that makes something big. This looks like a mess now, but that's the nature of artwork. What do these lines mean? It'll be a little bit more apparent what these lines mean at some point. Okay. So and obviously this is probably not the way all these artists went about it. I did not train fundamentals in painting. So I was being earnest when I said that it was more like the big company approach. I nosedived into looking at things way more complex than I could possibly comprehend at first, which is kind of like language learning for most people. They want to dive in at the end, so I immerse myself in art and take whatever I can from it and slowly build up from there. So it's a violation of all fundamentals. Like I have no way of explaining how what you call it, perspective. I have no understanding or fundamentals of explaining perspective, color theory, shading, lighting, design, line things. It's everything done from immersion. It's quite literally the opposite of how I'm approaching language learning. The reason why I swap up learning techniques and things is because you never know how useful they can be. So my artwork is probably incredibly cringeworthy when it comes to a fundamentalist or some sort of professional artist, right? So whenever someone thinks that I can draw something or render something well, it's a compliment. I think this is the most intuitive thing that I've ever done. Everything, most of the time I kind of lean heavy on foundations. I have no foundations in artwork. It's quite literally the no foundations whatsoever. All right. So let's see if we can turn this into something. Do you think this looks nice? I mean, can you see the picture? I always like this part of artwork. Can you see the picture yet? Do you know what I have drawn? Do you know what this looks like? Because Lotus entered fairly early when actually Lotus was like midway when I was doing the backpack. I don't know if you know what the backpack looks like when it started. Lotus kind of saw it, I suppose. A bunch of black and white lines. Usually this is what my artwork looks like in the beginning. This is my sketching process. But it turns into those things. All right. So how am I gonna do this though? Let me see. Okay. All right. This one might not turn out to be as great, I suppose, but the idea is to do it. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. We need a different texture. Let's go with... Yeah, that's too light. Ooh, wait. Oh no. Let's try again. So I have this thing. I have this texture or like this thing in my mind. Oh, there, Angel. I have this thing in my mind, but I'm not being... I can't quite... Maybe I'll just use this brush. Actually, no, wait. I like that. I can probably shrink down the... Maybe I can combine these. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay. It's largely going to be black. So, let me know if you guys know, if you guys have like the image in your head, you know. Oops. Wait. Oh. Wait, did I screw up? Oh no. This is definitely your flow state in provision here. I would do a Bob Ross impersonation if I could, but nope, not good with my Bob Ross. Like, and then there's a flowy mountainscape on the side. Let's add a little bit of let's add a small touch surface here. And sometimes we have a very flat spot here, which is interesting. And then you add a little bit more here, Got some a little bit of danger going on. Let's provide smooth this out a little, make the surface a little bit more gentler, a little bit more welcoming, Smooth it out a little, get a little nice touch. That might be a little too. We can do without. Better. Okay. Sometimes you gotta reel it back a little, because it can get Holy dude, the bots are like coming out in full force. Wait, do you guys actually see these bot messages? Like, I think they're getting more aggressive. It's not looking great so far. Not looking great so far. Oops. Okay. Okay, how do I do this part? Uh, hmm. No, it's Okay. All right. Okay. Oh. Hmm. I think I kind of screwed up. Okay. Right. Just kidding. Oh, okay. Uh, I don't know about this one. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Probably too much. Too much. Let's do. Hmm. Yeah, I haven't really figured out what I'm gonna do here. Maybe like. Uh, I could end up just being completely obscured. It's okay. Oops. Hmm. I think I put way too much. How do I reverse it? All right, so it's too dark. So, um, That's okay. Uh, oof. Wolf. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Uh. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. Alright. So I try to do some other stuff now. Okay. I don't think this brush really worked out for me, but go in. This is one of those things where uh you hope the more time you put into it, the more it irons itself out. Workhorse. It's a workhorse piece. That looks kind of awful. We'll settle with it. Hmm. Nah, I think that's fine. Okay. So, got 1 hour. Make this okay. So. Okay. Time to try to make some magic happen, I suppose. Hmm. All right. Okay. All right, all right. No, that's the. Oh. Ne? Oh. Okay. I don't know what I did there. Oh, that's the. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Fine. Okay. I don't think there's any unreasonable overlap. Okay. All right. Did I have anything for this? No, I didn't. Maybe this? No. That's terrible. Um. All right. Let's. All right. Um. Okay. Okay. Uh, yeah. What am I gonna do with you guys? Um, I made this ground a little bit too. Should have broken up the mid ground a little bit more. Okay. 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 Wait, what the heck? Oh, right. Actually. Okay. I don't know what to do with that yet. Okay. Um. I think I can. I'm gonna have to do the look. Oh. What? Wait. What's going on? Oh. Oh no. It's backwards. So it turns out when I said I didn't want to render my day 2 drawing, I mean I wanted to make a whole other layer and ink it in to mess with vectors and light. Sounds good. I just realized I have all the layers in reverse. Hold up. Okay, so how does this work? Hold. I know what I'm doing. I think. I think I know what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. All right. Try this again. Forces you to find the most simple shapes and make the drawing clearer. Yeah, yeah. Understanding. Understandingly so. I'm gonna need to do something here. Okay. Uh. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Nah, that's too much. Okay. I think we're just gonna get rid of this. Where? Hmm. Uh, Sono, Sono something. Uh, hmm. It tastes good. Maybe not beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Something. Oh, there is a lot of things. Oh, we are not in that. We are not in that mindset right now. What up? What up? Uh, let's read this not in small print here. Oh, that's e. Yeah, その絵が打つ. Oh, that's 打つ. 美しい. Oh yeah. Oh, that's how you write 美しい. その絵が美しい. See my name, Makusan. I don't know what 絵が. 絵が. Hmm. 絵が. 場所でね. Oh wait, that looks like Jozu. Okay, Jozu. Dane. Okay, Jozu is good. I know that. Very good. Aiga, really? Oh, drawing. Oh, interesting. Used a different kaiga. Oh, kaku. Okay. Did you conjugate kaku or something? I don't actually know how kaiga works. Well, we're trying. We're trying. I was thinking of something else. I need something else. I was gonna put some like accent pieces here and there, but now I gotta think about where I'm gonna place them, right? I think we're gonna chop these up a little bit too. Make them straight, edgy. I need more form. There's a lack of form. I'm gonna cheat. Not really cheat, but this is intentional. Don't worry. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Probably not the underside. We'll do the top side. Nope. I was testing it out. Kaiga is a combination of two kanji, okay, which you already know. Brush stroke. Oh. I see. No, I was testing it out. Didn't work as nicely as I would like. However, these can. Alright, I'm gonna go back through them. Sometimes less is more. Trust. Sometimes less is more. I have to go back through. Probably the most disappointing part. That I didn't plan it. That I didn't know what I was doing. That's probably all I really want out of the form. I probably don't want this either. We'll see. And okay, that's pretty okay. And then now we want to do these two. Oops, that was a little too aggressive. There's something about making things like very pointy. Pointy and like crescent shape that is kind of pleasant. I don't know what it is though. A little too aggressive. So I really want to work with, and I don't know what to do with this. So that's what happens when you don't plan things out very well. Well, I would be lying if I said I was planning, if I planned anything. Okay. All right. Uh, okay. 80. All right. How do I? Oh, wait. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. We're gonna rely on our steady hands, you know, all of our kanji practice, you know. Oh, we want to avoid that. Let's avoid doing something like that, you know? Okay, so okay, let's try to. Uh, my line art is my crutch. Line art is definitely my crutch. Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe I shouldn't do that right away. We're gonna do something slightly different here. Food. Very nice, very nice. I need something more bleedy, like. I use a program called Krita. It's free. So it joined in at any time. I think we're just gonna rub it. Let's rub it. Okay. Wait. Oh. Hang on, I gotta draw like other things, but just do this for now. Yeah, open source. Or not open source. Yeah, free option. It's crowdfunded. It's a crowdfunded. It's a crowdfunded resource. This turned out okay. Definitely not quite hitting the mark, but good. And what's going on here? I'm trying very hard not to draw more lines because I don't know why to draw any more lines. And here I am drawing more lines. Let me see first. No. I think we're fine. The thing we can do is probably yes. I promise. I know exactly what I'm doing. Exactly, I mean, I have no idea what I'm doing. I promise I know exactly what I'm doing right now. Nope. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe. Whoops. We just gotta experiment a moment. I have no idea. Most of the time I draw these things really, really far away, so I don't have to deal with their... Yeah, usually I draw these things really, really far away so that I don't have to deal with this. I want to add one more like accent, so that's kind of what I'm trying to set up for. I think the best thing I can think of is to actually that's probably what we're gonna do. I'm not lazy, you're lazy. Don't even at me right now. Okay, you hear me? I'm not lazy, you're lazy. Oh, that's a little... No. Oh no, I can't change directions. Actually, this one is probably a little bit in. Hang on, hang on. Don't worry, don't worry. I got this. I got this. This was right after I said I have no idea. I absolutely positive I have no idea what I'm doing. So, fun challenge for you. Turn a bad sketch raster layer into a vector and fixed it. Nice. Nice. Nah, that's too... Well, we'll see how it turns out. This one, I think I can just leave it on top. Hopefully no one gets triggered by me not not filling like every one of those blocks, and it's like kind of arbitrary where where I place the strokes. Lying confidently. Indeed. Honestly, I could get lost making like a lattice structure or something, but we're not doing that. Trying to say we're trying to keep our sanity here. Actually, now that I think about it, what time? Oh no, I still have some time. I'm like kind of violating the thing that I went out to do, which is less is more. I know. It looks weird right now because we haven't faded the things yet. Okay. Oh, I need to merge the two. I kind of need them to be bigger now. That kind of sucks. Okay, yeah, I need them bigger. It's fine. It's fine. We'll get this. Uh. Hmm. Nah. Let's do. I have no idea what I'm doing. Somehow this, you know, maybe it'll look more interesting, you know? No idea what I'm doing. I'm experimenting, okay? I'm experimenting. There's no reason for me to do any of this, okay? We're just filling it out. We're making the thing look interesting. Send help. This is where I panic and I go around and do tons of things. Actively trying to make the thing look interesting. Okay. So I sacrificed the river. It was an attempt on a river, and I guess I can try to put it back in. It might look okay now. Whoops. Not it. Let's see what I can get. Okay. What do? I was thinking I could do something like this, where what? Doesn't look like something I want to do for a very That kind of looks gross, doesn't it? Actually, I kind of like the top part. Or maybe not so much. Interesting. Okay. I also was planning on doing how do I do this part? Just there's still more things. How did you learn how to create digital art? Did you take classes or has it been all self-taught through experimentation? It's all self-taught. I only draw once a month, usually once a month every year. This is Inktober right now. So every October I draw for every day of October. And that's about it. That's the extent of my most of it is to take like kind of deconstruct it, like most things, language learning included. So the stuff that I talk about in language learning is kind of related to how I go about it. It's basically the opposite of what I'm doing with language learning right now. I take studies. I do art studies for the prompts. So this one is basically, yeah, exposure therapy. So like, or not exposure therapy, but the approach, my approach to art is to use immersion without to be like super quick about it. It's immersion. So I go around looking at art as a spare time. I already do this. I look around and go about looking at art. And then I try to capture their fundamentals as quickly as I can. And then I combine the fundamentals as quickly as I can. Yeah. This was yesterday's prompt. I have to conclude this within 4 hours. So I did spend a time talking to Sub-Zero about it, but this was my first prompt. This was the backpack. Baku was yesterday. This is my prompt from yesterday. Usually over the last couple years, right, the last 3 years, I aggressively like experiment with like different methods and different techniques. So this year we're trying to integrate some sort of Chinese and Japanese like thing in everything. So I have experimented with this already. The closest thing I have done with this that from last year was the closest thing was this thing. This was the closest thing that I experimented with last year. I obviously used a different brush, and its inspiration was obviously Shin Godzilla. Gogeta was the inspiration. So now I'm like attempting to do more with this. However, a lot of times less is more. Quite works a lot. Yeah, so last year's theme was to make everything related to a red panda, because red panda is my mascot of choice. So I converted everything into a red panda. Or attempted to convert everything into a red panda while preserving the prompt. So like, for example, this is demon as a Japanese related thing. So this was for demon. So yes, yeah, it's still a red panda, but the idea is to convert everything into a red panda. Like take different styles and then you convert them. So that was like how I tried to convince myself last year, after 3 years, convince myself that I can like create original things. So you know, you take references and whatnot, and then you convert them. So convert them into things. There's a marked difference of style from this year to last year. Yeah. Well, it experiments a lot. Like, for example, last year I was all about my bloom techniques, but I was sampling lots of techniques. Last year I was stylizing very differently from prompt to prompt. I was doing different things every prompt, because last year was style hunting. We were doing a lot of style hunting. Like, for example, this is still from last year. So all of these things are different strategies or techniques. I was like farming different strategy. Obviously, I don't know if you guys know this one, but the prompt is bounce, and there's one character that bounces all the time in Howl's Moving Castle, and that's Turnip Head. So then I converted Turnip Head into a panda head, a red panda head. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, there are a lot of style swapping. Like, here's one too. This is closer to the backpack style. That this is closer to like the same technique that I would use, like highlights and lines and drawing. And this stuff is like really fast. Like the detail stuff is the fastest part. The like the drawing, the line itself, and then like getting the lines were the longest. The line takes up like 70 to 80% of the time. The detail work is pretty quick. I like to relate it to like language learning. The foundations, because I immersed in artwork as opposed to practice foundation of artwork, the foundations take the longest time, and then everything else takes less, because I looked at artwork for a while now, right? For different types of artwork, and the lines, while they may kind of look arbitrary, there's a reason they are placed in these places, a part of the cape. Like, you can see there's a lot of lines everywhere, but it takes me like less than 10 minutes compared to the 3 or 4 hours I spent on actually composing the piece, right? So it's kind of like language learning, where you might not have learned all the grammar to construct. However, I progressively learn the foundations as I continue to explore. Like, for example, I think this was my fun piece. This is called Scratchy. The prompt is Scratchy, and I didn't use anything but lines. So this entire piece is not colored. It's not like using block colors. It's completely lined. It's manually written, like colored in lines. Everything is scribbles. So you can create, you know, it's kind of like pointism, but with lines. I suppose. So that was the inspiration for that. So the prompts I don't really take literally. Oh, I lied. This might be the first time I did the ink painting aesthetic. It's this one. Yeah, this is probably the first one, actually. The prompt was called Rise. So I did a West meets East. West meets East take on Rise. The moonrise and the sunrise, right? So I kind of split it down the middle. You can definitely tell that early days. Look at how early. Look at these early days. If you really pixel peep, like if you look really close, it really isn't that like it's not really. The idea is the way I approach artwork is I capture enough of the things, and I hope that if I keep doing artwork, I'll learn to appreciate when I watch other people draw. When I watch other people draw, how they go about it. Huh? What's wrong with it? These are all recorded. What's wrong with it is how I got to this. Like if you watch how I produced this, it's that's what the foundations are. Like you know, lots of people talk about when you learn something, did you learn it the right way, right? Did you learn it the fast way? Or because this is a hobby to me, it's irrelevant how I learn it because I'm enjoying doing it. However, if someone ever asked me like, oh, you know, have you considered selling something or doing something, like doing it professionally or something, it's like the answer is no, because the ability to get to this point is a mess. Like it's starting to form up, like it's starting to produce, like I'm reinventing the wheel. I mean, the end result looks really good. Yeah, the end result looks pretty good. But you know what I mean, right? Like you can that's why I'm a process-oriented person. It's very difficult to convey how difficult, like how the weaknesses or the difference between a person's work when you only see the end result, which is kind of what YouTube content creators have more or less spoiled everyone. It's a good thing, spoiled, you know, just overexposed to how things are done. Like here's one. This is the first time I've ever done something that was wet or attempt to do wet. It was called drip. In case, I'm sure everyone whoever watches Miyazaki films know what the reference is, but I turned Totoro to a fat red panda. But yeah, and then I tried to like do these like water droplet things or something like that. There's a lot of masking. Like it looks. The nice thing is I recorded most of these things, or I recorded like the last 2 years, so I don't even need to explain how I got about getting to this point. I think to me, the end products, like these end products, tell 10% of the story. Like today, if anyone watched how I got to this point today, it was and I feel even with my attempt to provide structure in like learning Japanese, keeping track of time, learning Japanese and Chinese, in the end of the day, once I get enough quote unquote foundation, the rest is messing around. I don't learn much anymore if I don't mess around. Yeah. I think the most intricate looking, I think the gag one are my favorites. So like this one. This one's probably my favorite. I don't get a chance to post sketches a lot. I try to finish them, or like I try to render them at least. So the humor here is I posted a sketch being erased. So like I deliberately get to sketch an image, right? So that's what my sketch lines would look like. And I deliberately made it look like a sketch because you don't see the sketch anymore. Most of the time, you don't ever see the artist's sketch. A lot of times, you might see remnants of the artist's sketch as a stylistic choice, but not like the sketch, like the original. So I figured it's great to deliberately sketch something, not finish the sketch, and then and then make it like a gag. The prompt was called removed, so you know, erasing. Here's one that I would say it's more of a vector editing thing. Here's one. If you're wondering, I actually did this by hand. This is probably the most like topical thing, but I actually you might be thinking, oh, you know, you could just outline and cross outline the object and stuff. It's like I actually made these lines. So like you see those little wrinkles in the leaf. This is obviously an Evangelion. The prop was Angel, the Evangelion thing. If you look back into the VOD, I hand did these. Like I deliberately drew. You didn't need to, but the thing is, it was really fun to practice doing this. So this is a rasterize. I don't have too many I'm not even sure if I have any vector images, but this one would be like the quote unquote, you know, the clean thing that you can do that would probably be easier to do vectors. I think the circles and stuff are vectors though. I don't like drawing circles. I don't know who likes drawing circles. Like what I mean is like drawing. Yeah, vectoring takes patience, but it has exactness, right? It has exactness. So if you can get an image, in my opinion, as a amateur artist, I guess, as an amateur digital artist, if you can get an image and someone says like, boy, that looks like great vectoring work, then that's a big compliment. Because usually vectoring work is exceptionally clean. Well, it has to be exceptionally clean. Like I think the closest thing I can get to creating vectoring work on top of blending stuff to make it look like I have some vector assets is probably this one. This is the current style that I used for backpack. So this was last year. It was near the end. It was the most mature. It was the next to last day last year. So this was the closest style I left off on. So that's why I used it for backpack. There are a few techniques here that I didn't end up using in the backpack because it's not in motion or something. So things like lots of what do you call it? Lots of streaking, like lots of like pulling away, like action lines and whatnot. That and wind things couldn't be applied to the backpack. But I like this design, and like this is probably the closest thing to my style preference, which is very topical right now. It's one of, if you watch an indie game or like Persona or something, you see this quite a lot. So you have like incredibly strong stable lines for form, then you have mid lines, like your line details to create like texture with your like brushes, and then you have directional noise that creates like a direction, and then you have some warps and then some bloom effects with clean lines around the outside, so things like this where it's like very graffiti like, and then you add tone sheets. I use like a tone sheet like thing to add an additional accent, so that's like non-traditional, like unnatural looking textures to create like an edge. So these like dots tend to be very nice, right? You probably see them at the corners of stylized characters and whatnot. So the reason why I'm describing these things is that's how I learn artwork. I pick an artwork, I extract something from it, and then I add it to existing artwork. There are things with pencil sketching. I mean, I've done pencil stuff. Oh, wait, your vector thing, Blair? The biggest example I can have of blasting, I call it like bashing, picture bashing. Basically, you take the sketch and you blast it with as much detail as possible to make it look nice. It's probably this one. I like originally the concept was not that hot. Like what I mean is I have no idea how to make it pop, or like I wasn't very sure what I was going to do to make it pop. This was inspired off like Persona 4 and Persona 3. This is where I started doing this style. Yeah. The background, the only thing that's vectored is the background. So the entire background is vectored, and then everything else in the foreground outside of like the scan tone and stuff, which is, you can tell because the color palette, if you look at the color palette for Backpack, this is probably the first time I found that this is probably me. If you look at the color tone and the highlighting in the Backpack and how the line details are being done, this is probably the first iteration of it. And it's kind of like a combination of what Sega, like Atlas, has been doing, with a combination of I guess your anime approach a bit, and then lots of inspiration, right, from Persona, because this character actually exists but not as a red panda, the dog. It's Shiba. It's a Shiba Inu. Yeah. Lots of stuff. It's very historical. And now we're here, which it's okay. Like this one was okay. I think I'm okay with stopping. What I would do now would take me the next like hour or two, which I would draw in rock structures. Like what I mean is I would take a brush and I would add where it's visible. I would add like block things. Actually, you know what? Oh, hold up. We can't cheat with screen tones and stuff this time around because it would clash. It would clash pretty hard. That's another thing, by the way. That's another thing. Stylistic clashing, color theory, figuring out. It's basically immersion. I would say it's what people hope language learning is like. You sit there, you surround yourself in the target language, and that's sufficient to become proficient. And obviously I disagree, even literally regarding language learning, but I also disagree with like art and stuff. I since recently at least understand some fundamentals and whatnot. at the same time, it goes a long way if you pay attention to art, not passively enjoy art. Like, you know, watch anime because it looks nice. Watch anime because you want to be interested in the animation art. So since 3 years ago, I finally get a chance. I'm like, you know what? I should do digital art. So this is kind of like saying, did I start learning about art 3 years ago? The answer is no. I've been looking at art from a artistic standpoint for a really long time now. Maybe even, I'm gonna say it's been almost 20 years since I consider art as a potential thing. So I looked at art, I studied at, like, looked at animation and stuff for a really long time, like actively, intently look at animation, visual effects and whatnot. So you don't really, it translates kind of okay. I think this is the thing where, like, you do a lot of inputs and you hope that one day when you output, right, when you output, it's fine, right? When you output, like, oh yeah, you got a good starting point. And that's kind of like Chinese. That's kind of like Chinese, where I did a lot of input already. And Japanese, I mean, it might have helped. Oh, they're a human being. It might have helped a little that I actively listen to anime, like, not in the sense of enjoyment, but so a lot of it might ascribe to the idea that I don't passively engage in things when I'm doing things. The artwork has always been there. Now the enjoyment comes from the mechanical output, right? And I think it's the same for Japanese. Writing kanji is easily one of my favorite activities. The reason why I'm erasing this part is perspective, or like depth. You guys are wondering why I like choose to erase certain things. I'm arbitrarily erasing parts. Oh, but then I need to add back the... Do I need to add back the thing? Yeah, I do. I arbitrarily, like, try to create, like, separation from the foreground and midground. The error that I made here is I didn't separate two of the grounds. So there is a method to my madness. So you can see that it's obvious that which one's the foreground, right? Here's the foreground. But in this layer, I had to makeshift two separations because I screwed up and I forgot, which you'll never see because so like this right here, this one, whoops, like this one right here where you have the, like, the pagodas or things that look like a pagoda is supposed to be 3 away, and then this is supposed to be 2, but these two are together, and then this is 1. And then I thought maybe I'll have time to put in place a river, so the river was 4. This is 5, 6, 7. You could see that they recede into the distance. So because I am too lazy to create proportionality and whatnot for this prompt, so it's going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, it's just going deep in. And the way to cheat, or the way that I was going to go about it, is I was going to make it more and more obscure, more and more obstructed and cloudy and stuff as I'm going back. That also means I had to make things smaller as I'm going back, and so I had to practice that, which turned out meh. Hang on, let me wax this thing here. That was the experiment for this one. I think I can. Where is there? Yeah, so now I'm gonna go back. Oh no, I screwed up my, okay, hold up. Oh no, my brushes are in this wrong place. Okay. So now I'm gonna go back. The method to my madness. Yeah, see, that's what I'm doing. So, in the long run, lots of things are probably more about fundamentals than anything, really. Like capturing the fundamentals. Something is lazy here, which is I definitely didn't work on adding dimension to anything. So like my only way of adding dimension was to color shift things. Actually, we can probably get away with No, I think we're good. This is a good experiment. Decent experiment. I want to keep it within 4 hours. 5 minutes away. I have to get faster than 4 hours, actually. Yeah, like these are too small. Let's the only thing I have going for me that actually came out properly was the fading. Other than that, I didn't pay too much attention to my size. So I was going to use these particle stamps. Might as well now though. The idea is like the large things, right, are closer to you, and then I have like medium things here and then even smaller things back there. Basically cheating. And then I'm basically I'm going back and I'm providing some straight edges around these things. I guess this is going to be part of this part. To provide depth. I should have spent more time on the building structures. In fact, I could get rid of them and just replace them with mountains and probably looks better. Wait. Where did I place this one? Okay. And then I kind of want to okay. And where was the other one? And then maybe I do the maybe I do this. Ugh. Something like that. And then we're good. All right. That's good enough. I was going to do like the rest of the mountains. There was quite a lot of things involved with the rest of the mountains. All right. So, let's write our Japanese actually, and our Chinese. I actually didn't even look this up yet. Oh no. Look this up. I don't actually know the word. Someone give me the word for discover. Oh no. Look at G-Shaw. I was gonna write Mitsukeru? Is Mitsukeru enough? Noun discover. Yeah, let's go with that one. So the prompt is discover. Maybe the act of discover. So which one's the act of discover? Discovery. Yeah, that's discovery. I was thinking of it more like the verb, so let's do the verb. Right, let's do the, if you mean to discover location, for example. Oh, is that what it's... You would use... Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. So wait. So I would use... Do I add sudo to those two kanji? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, let's go with that. Well, so... Hakken suru. With those two kanji, right? Me and... Oh, I need to look at the stroke order for that one. Ah, my eyes. Yeah, we need to put a feather in this cap. I kind of digressed twice today. This thing took like 2.5 hours. It didn't take 4 hours. I keep track of all the amount of time it takes. So Ensuru. Oh. It's the first time I've seen that one. Okay. I'll see what I can do. You notice on G show it's listed as sudo? Yeah, I know. I was looking at something else though. I was looking at a different word. Until you mentioned that one. Okay. What brush do we settled on? Do we settled on this brush? Yes. So it's so sensitive to the start brush. Actually, I swear these bots are like evading everything now. Okay. Oh, this one's not as nice. Sorry, not referring to the character, but actually. Oh, wow. So oh, wait. You don't see the bots? Oh, good. Then it's just warning me. It's fine. Good. I asked someone if anyone was seeing the bots, but alright, so the filter is still, the Twitch filter is still doing its job. Good. Good. Thank you for the confirmation. Indirectly. It's way too big. Let's scale it down. Scale it down by zooming in. That's how that works. This brush is so sensitive to being thick. Oh. Still too large. I'm gonna reduce the size of the brush. Okay. Can I press harder? Oh, yes. Ugh, I missed the mark. I can't like properly get the lift off that I want with my current pressure settings. I'll write this one here. I actually have no idea as well. Or Chinese cover. I know find. I think find might be okay. Xiang. Or it could be... That's funny. Sorry. Or it could be... Yeah, it's not discovery. It's to discover. I know. But the prompt is to discover. This isn't really a discovery. I was trying to portray things to discover. When you're conveying to do the... Oh, no. This is just the name of the prompt. So... Like, we're not doing like a hot take into Japanese painting or anything. This is to convey to discover. The prompt is to discover, not a discovery. However, now that I think about it, I don't even know what the Chinese word. And I'm learning. I'm basically trying to give myself an incentive to learn more words. I think it's fa xiang. Let's see. Let's take fa xiang. I was hoping to have you ever considered getting into calligraphy? I used to do calligraphy when I was in high school. My hands are well suited for calligraphy. Yeah. I haven't though. Notice, to become aware of. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's fa xiang. HSK2. Oh, that's actually pretty early. Why don't I have this? Yeah, it's 2 characters that I already have. Interesting. Fa. Maybe not that aggressive. That's really big. That's very big. Not quite the size that I want. The more I look at my art, the more I think I'm AI. What does fa xiang mean in Japanese? Whoops. Why do you think you're AI? Why does it look... Why do you consider yourself AI? Blair? Because of Vector? Vector does kind of make one look like AI, though. You gotta get the mess in, you know? You gotta do some messy work like this. Just... What is this mess? You know? What is this mess, really? And then you're good to go. I left blank spaces for a reason. There's a reason I left blank spaces. It's not a coincidence there happened to be 2 blank spaces. I'm not that crazy, okay? This is usually my time to experiment, like, intuitively, you know, flow state stuff. And I'm more of a cursive writer than anything else, so I kind of enjoy whenever I had to, like, sign something. Okay. Obviously, that's not my real name, but we're role playing here. Good enough. It was okay. As far as I'm aware, Japanese doesn't use either of those characters. Oh, intriguing. Yeah. So usually I write the prompt name on the piece, right? So now, because we have Japanese and Chinese, I'm basically writing the prompt name in Chinese and Japanese. And that's a great way. That, you know, it might go into an Anki flashcard. You never know. These things might end up being in my Anki flashcards. Also, I was gonna get really ambitious and decide I was gonna write like what's in here, you know, like mountains, you know, Yama, Ki, Sakura, right? There's a river if you look really, really hard. One day, next year I'll probably Niwa, right? Niwa, or no, not Niwa. Sorry. What is river? Garden. I was thinking Kawa. Kawa Kumori. It's more like fog than clouds, but Kumori. Anyways, maybe next year we'll start describing the artwork in Japanese and Chinese for next year. You could find entries for them on Japanese kanji dictionary, but no words were found for either of those characters on Jisho. I see. Yeah, so I'm behind an hour on my language learning, but that's okay. This was fun. I got a chance to talk about things. Sub-Zero is making a very important life decision, so we kind of talked about that a little bit. I think he knows what he's doing. It's fun getting asked these questions, though. All right. This looks okay. What am I unsatisfied with? I am most definitely unsatisfied with my structures. I could do so much more with those structures. Painstaking structures. The alternative was to basically paint out the structures entirely in black. Just this. And I was thinking, yeah, that might be good. And then suddenly I accidentally put too many things on everything else. So then I tried to do it, and yeah, it didn't really need to be there. And I wanted to do something tall as opposed to wide. Let's take a teaser. I've been teasing myself on what the next prompt is. What is the next prompt? I do have to do a double prompt soon because I'm going to be away on a wedding. For a wedding, on a wedding. English is gone. Boots is tomorrow. Boots. What the heck am I going to do that's related to... Are there iconic Japanese boots? If not, we're just gonna stick some stickers onto the boots. I chose ink painting this time around. This type of landscape painting is actually common to both Chinese and Japanese. They're like, to a novice like myself, sometimes they're almost indistinguishable from each other. You might be thinking, oh, but they put the red sun in. Well, China puts red suns too, so like and then the whole cherry blossom thing is like, well, there are other things, and this landscape is common to, actually it's probably even more common to China than, like, there's more of this probably in China's larger continent. And so this was my attempt to keep the theme going. If you're wondering, my cheat or backpack is I included a red panda and I included a koi fish. That's it. That's it. That's the only element that has something Chinese. I mean, it's the show, you know, it's the most important element of this backpack is the two things, and they're the only ones highlighted in warm color as opposed to cool colors. So they would stick out quite a bit. This one is the whole piece, largely the whole piece. I was thinking of adding warm colors, cool colors somewhere, and then I decided not to. I was gonna make the mountains blue, maybe like slightly blue. If I cut off like just this part, like this, like the top half, then it would look like a more complete picture, because I didn't finish the mountains. I had ideas for the mountains. Okay. And I'm a sucker for Japanese. I think this is more Japanese thing, where you put like red threads, red threads. There's a lot of symbolism to red threads, especially when it comes to wanderlust and discovery, like, you know, red threads of fate, so to speak. So I like the idea of free flowing red. Anyways. I think that's a mutual share between Chinese and Japanese culture. The significance of the red color, the color of red. So we stayed on the warm side. Everything is on the warm side of things, as opposed to the cold side of things. I think there is going to be a lot of red, orange things in the future. All right, let's save this. Okay. I think somewhere last year I started giving myself ratings on how close it was to my original intent. And this image was like 4 out of 10. It's about a 4. I'd probably give myself a 4 on how close it was to my intent. That's not a bad thing or a good thing. Like 4 out of 10 just means it's not artwork doesn't have to end up where you intended, right? It's a journey. It's a journey. You don't know where you're gonna end up. I think the biggest irony here is the biggest irony here is I treat artwork far more like how other people constantly push Japanese language learning. Not the journey part, the immerse yourself in and keep immersing yourself, because you have to immerse yourself in order to capture the real essence of something. And through that I do it when I'm doing artwork, right? You're trying to capture the essence of something else. Okie dokie. Yeah, let's change gears. I think I might go straight into. That's a wrap. Oh, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you've done, Blair, with your day 2 prompt. I don't want to be discouraging. All of you can follow along if you want. Pick up a brush, right? It's very cathartic. Honestly, whatever you guys come up with might give me some ideas, you know. I like sharing ideas. That's what we're here for. Hey. I'm gonna say something intentionally ironic. Okay, guys. Now we're gonna do the boring stuff. Now it's time to engage in the boring stuff. Gotta do our lesson for the day. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ironic. You're gonna work on vector lining later after you check Genshin? I see. Still doing the Genshin thing. Alright, I'm gonna quickly take a bathroom break, stretch, and I'll be back for our Japanese lesson today. And there's a very high chance I don't remember any of the Japanese from yesterday. It was kind of a rush job. Alright, be right back. Gotta check on my dinosaurs too. Oh god, not the language learning. I gotta check on my bonsai trees and my pet triceratops and make sure my particle accelerator is still running. I'll be back. Thanks. when you were a kid, you had a digital gigapet that was T-Rex, so that's what I imagine when you're saying you're going to take care of your dinosaur. Yeah, that's actually kind of... I think you're the first one who mentioned react to it that way. I think Penguin thought I actually had a dinosaur, but whenever I'm thinking about these things, there was a joke involved. Yeah, pet dinosaurs, like virtual pets will qualify. Good point. Ooh. Okay. Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 227. Konnichiwa. Minasan yokoso. Welcome. I'm a little out of breath because what I really go and do is not obviously take care of my pet Triceratops or check out my bonsai, or I have a particle accelerator in the backyard, right? I actually go and squeeze in some pull-ups, dips, chin-ups and push-ups before I come back. So I'm slightly out of breath most of the time. Slightly. That's what I actually go do. I do that in between. Or like some stimulation. Get the blood flowing back into the brain. Too chill. Okay. So this is gonna be a disaster. Because when I was drawing and whatnot, I was trying to remember my Japanese vocabulary for today. Not good. Okay, common items. I did come up with a mnemonic though, or like arrangement. Unit 55. I really like the character in Discovery, the left character. It looks really good. Like this character, I like the way this character looks. It's really neat looking. It kind of looks like a house with an open balcony to the left. And then like shutters open to the right. Like a very fancy house. And then this is like the fence to go through the other door. And then the other one is like look. So pretty neat character. I learned a new vocabulary today because of artwork. Okay. Common items. What do they consider was common? Oh wait, Drake. Were you the one that I was talking with about having this character standalone? By sheer coincidence, Kabam, which is actually can be written in kana instead. Like it's about equal frequency. I mean, I think it's more frequent to write it in kana, but this character has the right radical of it. Not the standalone, but that one radical we were talking about. Bao. Sheer coincidence, though. Sheer coincidence. Album. Son of a. Nimotsu. It sucks that every time I learn a new, well, it doesn't. it's very normal. It's very normal for me to know what the word sounds like before knowing what it is, like written. Nimotsu. Nimotsu. Oops. Yeah. Maybe write that again. A little bit better. Ugh. Yeah, fine. Nimotsu. Um. I remember the right radical. Wait. Oh, it's O. Or what I think it's O. Uh. Uh. Yeah, I told myself I knew the right radical. I don't remember. Oh, in Futon. Right. The Fu. Futon. Ude. On the right side of Ude. It's the left side of Ude. Ude. Okay. Oh, and I written this incorrectly yesterday. I had an extra stroke. So I wrote K wrong incorrectly. I think I wrote something else incorrectly yesterday too. It'll come to me when we get there. So just those things. Ude and udetoke. Saifu. Right, Saifu. Kaban. Nimotsu. And there was tons of other things sort of related and not sort of related. Hoka. Hoka. Whoops. Hoka. Hoka. Iroiro. Taisetsu. Taisetsu. Got some antonyms. Nope. Also, konna. Without the go. What am I doing? I'm just adding. I'm adding sentence for no reason. Okay. Motsu. Ageru. Morau. Ooh, my first stroke was terrible. Sorry. I would vomit too. Ooh, please. Oh my goodness. Ugh, my hands are so shaky. Chigao. Chigao. There one? I think so. Not sure if there's a stroke there. Onaji. Onaji. Chigao. We'll find out soon. No. I feel like there's something else. Oh, the one that I said I would forget. Of course, it's kind of in my memory. Jobu. Jobu. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, that makes sense. Jobu. That's why it looks so... Oh, that's where it dies, Jobu. Oh. I totally get it. I totally get it now. Oh, okay, sorry. Alright, I'm like, man, this really looks like, you know, something that I'm familiar with. It kind of reminds me of Daijobu. But it is. It's just Jobu. And then you add Dai to it, right? Daijobu. Okay. So that's for durable. Jobu. I get where Daijobu might come from by saying you're okay. It's fine. Durability. Tolerable. Stoic. There's something else. Adjective. Common items. Oh. I know. I sound like a broken record. I said I wouldn't remember most of these terms most of the time. Oh, this is the one that I made an error. I made a stroke error on karui. I added an extra stroke on the top right radical yesterday when I was thinking back. Karui. Karui and omoi. 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 I think that's all of them. Okay. Although there's a lot more. Like, oh no, maybe not. Because I added akeru, sorry, ageru, and morau. There might be others. We'll pick them up. Unit 14, we gotta truncate unit 14. So it's basically all the numbers. What we're responsible for, right? In this case, ka, getsugatsu, kagetsu. I can't make up my mind which one's next. Whoops. In this case, nen. You. Day, week, month, counter for month, year. Good to go. Then oh, and G. They have kan. So kakan, jukan, and ikan. Awkward. Oto. Ototoi. Ototoi and ototoshi. Right. Kyonen. Kyonen. Things like sengetsu, senshu. So kotoshi, kyo, hongetsu, honshu. Right. Matsu. Shiumatsu. 来来年来週来月明日Too deep. Oh, 再来再来年再来週あさって。And I wrote this incorrectly yesterday as well. Catching all our bases. Actually, I think it might. Right, my. Oh, my Toshi. My Toshi. Mike. Probably might get my shoe. And that's everything. Quick summary. Don't go through all the numbers and whatnot. Take some time. Let's see the damage. Beam me up, Scotty. Okay. Oh, my bond. Forgot about my bond. Yeah, that's fine. My bond, my asa. Tanjoubi. I forgot Tanjoubi. And omedetou. Okay. That's for tomorrow. What else we got here? So, kaban. 荷物荷物荷物腕腕時計時計What is it? 腕 Okay.財布ほか重い軽い丈夫丈夫大切 Or is it 大切 Gotta be careful 大切違う違う同じいろいろ Okay I think we have everything Yes we have everything for that Okay let's get right in 7 unit What could there's so many things
お金がありません
Maybe
お金
Do I need お金 Throw it in
お金がありません
Okay お金がありませんOK 時計はありますか Oh Yeah Right
時計
時計はありますか
時計を買います。
時計
時計を
買います
買います。
Fine Still good
カバン
このカバンは高い。こ
こ
の
のカバンは高い
カバンは高い。
No desk there
花は綺麗です
花は綺麗です。Oh, there's this like fascination of removing flowers from articles of clothing. 花は綺麗です。
この花は白い。この
この花は
花
白い。
は白い。
カバンはいくらですか？
カバンはいくらですか？ Throw in いくら for how much into our practice. このカバンは高い。
カバンはありますか？
カバンはありますか？カバンはありますか？ Oops. Sorry. English makes me laugh.
去年
I make so many English mistakes.
8日
8日。
時計花
カバン。
東
飲み物
お金
朝
花
時計去年花カバン
8日。
昼間
昼間
空
スプーン
レモン
お
お金。Gotta go. Go, go, go. I will buy a clock with money. Not credit card, but money. Why, actually? No, no, no. It's excluding credit cards, right?
お金
お金で
時計を買います。
どんな花を買いましたか？
どんな花を買いましたか？quick. 今お金がありません。
今お金がありません。
カバンはありますか？
ありますか？ One down, 6 to go.
腕時計はありますか？
腕時計
は
はありますか？
ありますか？
Okay. この腕時計をください。
この腕時計をください。
財布を買います。
財布を買います。
荷物は多いですか？
荷物
は
多いですか？
ですか？
腕時計腕時計はありますか？ね？
あります。
荷物はありますか？
荷物はありますか？この腕時計はかわいいです。
この腕時計はかわいいです。
腕 What? Dude, that's an interesting looking one.
2
Oops.
腕
どんな腕時計が欲しいですか？どんな
ね？どんな
腕時計が
欲しい
ですか？
どんな
財布
が
ありますか？
ありますか？
荷物は車の中にあります。
荷物は車の中にあります。荷物 Right. 荷物は多いですか？
荷物は多いでか。
財布はありますか？
財布はありますか？
荷物
荷物。
時計腕花財
財布。財布はありますか？
さはありま
What is in your wallet? Oh my gosh. Wait, isn't that an advertisement slogan? Isn't that Capital One's slogan? What's in your wallet? I swear that's a slogan. Pretty sure it's Capital One. Credit card. Sorry, it's a United States thing. American thing. But... oh, maybe it's not. It's a credit card though. Like, what's in your wallet? I feel so alone. I need someone to... hang on. I can verify this on my own. What's in your wallet, Logan? Come on, Capital One. Yes, Capital One. What's in your wallet? Not sponsored, by the way. Duolingo, watch out. Capital One is out to get you. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Oh, wait. Or is it the Chase Bank? No, yeah. Fine. What's in your wallet? Maybe like, no, 財布に、あなたの財布にありますか？ No, 何? I had problems with this, didn't I? I had problems with this, I think.
あなの
あなたの財布に
何
はありますか？ or
はがは
には That makes sense. あなたの財布には
何には
This seems sus. 何がありますか? Oh, okay. I wasn't so sure about that one. Should have went with my gut. There's money in the wallet. So, in the wallet. Okay.
財布
財布に
お金
お金は財布にありますか？
あります
Oh, there's あります。Oh.
が
Wait.
に財布
Wait.
財布に
財布にお金はお金 Wait, whoa.
は
I guess the wallet could be the so, 財布にはお金があります。There is money, maybe? Yes. Okay.
いろいろありがと
いろいろありがとう。
う。ありがと
ほか
いろいろありがとう。Like 随便谢谢 I don't know. Where's that going?
ほか
Okay. Actually, Iroiro. It wasn't written in kanji. Iroiro, various variety, various things, this and that. Usually written in yeah. Usually written in kanamo for all three. Yeah, there's all sorts. Thanks. Iroiro, okay.
他
Okay.
他いろいろ欲しいです
Iroiro hoshi desu.
いろいろ欲しいです
All sorts of things. Okay. Oka.
他
こんなカバンはいかがですか？
Oh no. What did you say?
こんなカバンはいかがですか？
Konna ikaga. Oh yeah.
こんなカバンはいかがですか？
Konna kaban. Wait. I swear. Oh.
カバン
Oh man, now I'm looking for the kanji when I'm not looking for the kana. Konna kaban wa
いかが
ikaga
で
desu
す
ka?
か？
What kind of are you okay with this kind of hat? Or like this? Or the hat bag. How about this? Yeah. Ikaga. How about a bag like this? Ikaga. Gonna have to add that. So what do we have? Ikaga ikura. Apt words. Ikaga ikura. I lost one, alright. Okay. Ane ni skato moraimashita.
姉
姉に
スカート
スカートをもらいました。
もらいました
Okay.
荷物腕
I hope Sub-Zero made up. I don't know. Sub-Zero just kind of disappeared on me. I hope he found some closure on his decision he has to make. Let's see. Okay.
時計花
Okay.
他にもこんなものがあります。
Ne?
他にもこんなものがあります。
Now you're lurking. Your girlfriend called you at one point, so you had to be. Oh, okay. So that's why. Oh, so you're basically cheating. I see how it is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hope your girlfriend is doing well. She's still abroad, right? Like she's away for school still, right? Okay. Yeah, we had a good chat. Honestly, everything I'm like taking more time thinking about it. It feels like the conversation we had. Every time I made a comment, it's like big company, and big company. So like, I feel like fingers crossed for the big company. Sub-Zero. I think you're an out of box thinker. Like even if you don't have automation, I think in that big company there's a chance you will find how to get automation into your idea. At least if you say yes to that, if you agree to that, then everything is leaning on the big company. I think that's the major talking reservation I would have. If I, if I was an academic advisor, for example, if I had any inclination that there was doubt that that person would make do, then that's maybe deep down, but I do want to learn more about your passionate about though. Isn't automation not the automation is not the thing you're passionate about, right? It was the other thing, the hardware thing, right? So it's still a big company. So even deep down, it's still a big company, right? If I sorted out the details properly. So everything kind of just leans on big company. And then big company will have an option. Oh, it's the other way around. Oh, okay. Sorry, that then strike my last thought. Then yeah, if you go for the small one, then you're asking yourself, well, you can always expand on it, right? That's kind of the idea.
他にもこんなものがあります。
他に
他にもこんなものがあります。
他にもお金 What?
他にもこんなものがあります。
Oh. こんなものがあります。他にもこんなものがあります。There are no other things like this. Is こんなもの There are no other things like this, yeah. There are, oh no, wait. There are. I was thinking ありません. There are other things like this. And こんな modifies もの. So it's saying like this thing. And others coming from こんな. Hoka, and 他にも that ni particle is used for existence. So aru ni other. Yeah. So aru other, right? The mo there are also others also. I think we're okay with this sentence structure. It's very, very different though. Almost kind of hard to piece apart right away. Yeah, this one's gonna take some time to get used to.
この店はカバンがいろいろあります。
You'll have to see. It's a slim chance you'll get any, though, let alone both. Oh, I see. Well, it's very proactive of you to consider stuff, obviously. However, I would tend to lean on the side of chill before it happens kind of thing. You're not the spry 17-year-old that has many dreams but no security yet kind of thing, right? Yeah. So that's fair. That's a very mature way of looking at it, so I suppose theoretically. You know what I mean. You know, those kiddos. I'm not throwing shade, but it's passion. Passion tends to sweep the human condition up on its feet, right? Oh yeah, like I love this. And then you make all these plans for the things you love, but they haven't happened yet. So it's kind of a balance. I feel like this is deja vu. I feel like we've already talked about this. You know, like don't count your chickens before they hatch kind of thing. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that idiom. I think it's an American idiom. Don't count your chickens before they hatch kind of thing. So it's fair enough. I still think it's a little healthy to think about it in a theoretical sense when you have time. It gives you a reflection on what your current state of mind is like. And it clearly seems like passion is the answer. So follow your heart. That sounds so cheesy. I don't know how to say it in Japanese yet. Toki toki. Something toki toki. No, wait. Hang on. Follow your heart. Hold up. We gotta get this cheese in my Japanese. I'm gonna use Google Translate for this. What did they give me? Follow your heart. They get 自分の心に従う。That must be follow. Kokoro makes sense. Heart. Oh. And then 自分. What does 自分 mean? Yours? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. As long as 従う shitagao means follow. Yeah, follow your heart. There you go. Follow your heart. I'm pretty sure shitagao sounds right. Follow. So jibun, your, no. Kokoro, heart. Ni shitagao. Okay. Kono mise wa. I haven't said that to any. Honestly, it's tough for me in this day and age to say follow your heart when it comes to people's careers and livelihood. Oftentimes it's a very, very long process of weighing pros and cons, you know, livelihood, sustainability, lifestyle choices versus the person's like personality, aptitude, and their what I know about their projected habit formation and stuff. Sometimes it takes another person to recognize certain habits that may not be concordant with their career choice. Like, for example, becoming a doctor when you have a fear of blood, that kind of thing. But it's not that obvious, obviously. Where I'm using a very obvious example where it's still true. It does happen where someone says, oh yeah, you know, blood makes me woozy, but I'm going to become a doctor for other reasons. So they rationalize that there are more reasons to support becoming a doctor because they're good at it, while at the same time, they bank on the idea that they would overcome their fear of blood, right? Like the things. That's kind of what passion is. Not that you encounter that. It's more the whole thing, like someone wants to become a successful content creator or something without thinking that they never have to understand how business works. If you know what I mean. That kind of thing. It's a bit more nuanced than that. The idea that you watch a person who's starting their career and you notice that they keep complaining and talking about and avoiding a certain skill set, banking on the idea that when they become a professional or when they become like some sort of business owner, that they don't have to ever deal with that and they would be successful enough to relegate it to someone else. Well, the downside of that is, how do you find who would work for you if you have no idea how that works? It's different from someone who learn the foundations and the basics in order to get a better idea of how to express and find someone, you know, employ someone. So being an employer doesn't necessarily mean there are no risks. Actually, I feel like when you become a sole proprietor, you are all the risk. It's actually, in my opinion, the reality is it's the opposite. It's true. When you go at it alone, yes, certainly you get all your autonomy, but you are also responsible for the success. Solely you. So hiring people that scam you, hiring the people that spend most of the time milking you for your money, that's on you. which is a very different aspect when you go into, like, when you join a company, join a group, you know, like a small company or a large company. Then you're in it for how much do you understand yourself and other people. Because necessarily, if you have those skills, no concerns on making it work, right? If you can tolerate and be able to communicate and work with easily some of the most intolerable people due to the tolerance necessary to keep their talent in check, the sky is the limit. Like, you're good to go. The discipline, in my opinion, it's secondary to the discipline and the, like, the semantics or the skill in the long run when you join a group. Largely, I think people over romanticize what it's like to be a sole proprietor or to be like a solo dev in a video game, like, you know, solo development of a video game. It's tough. It's incredibly tough. And you have everything is on your shoulders. So it's great when it works. I would argue that for every one that knock it out of the park, there's a significantly more that failed. So, and you don't hear them because it's a negative result. It's a, if a tree fell in the forest and no one was there to hear it, did it make a sound? Well, in this case, all the failures don't make sounds. You don't hear them, you don't see them. Kind of like my drawing tangent that I made today. What you don't see in the final product is how ridiculously unnecessary, poorly refined approach of creating that last product, which YouTube content creators, for the sake of the algorithm and stuff, cuts most of that out too. I mean, people don't really realistically have time to observe or absorb that. However, I think it's very healthy to take time to reflect on the process every once in a while. この店はカバンがいろいろあります。この店は got shoes from my dad. Imagine getting shoes from my dad. I know someone who gets shoes from their dad all the time because their dad has a shoe collecting and buying hobby. I think that's incredibly adorable, so I remember that that detail all the time. So do you have a shoe collection, Sub-Zero?
靴
父に靴をもらいました。
お
ね? Oh.
もらいまた。
You used to
姉に
be
スカートをもらいました。
you used to be big into Jordans, but not so much now. Yeah. Like, there's a lot for upselling shoes, you know, like if you're vigilant, it's kind of like day trading in a way, weirdly enough. It's kind of like day trading. Oh, did you see that message just now? I'm making sure the bots don't show up. You didn't see any extra message, right? Because, man, there's so many bots. You're not seeing that message, right? That just happened a couple seconds ago. I'm guessing the red box means not see. Half my chat box is filled. You tapped out for a sec, so I didn't catch it. If so, okay. It's fine. There'll be other opportunities. Were you busy checking out? Oh, okay. Were you busy checking out new Jordans? Is that how it is? Is that how it is? Jordans are more important than me? I am kidding. 姉にスカートをもらいました。Nah, you're working on that Atari game. How's that going? It's starting to get real frustrating. Not gonna. Oh, is it? Are you like? Did you already lay the concept down and then now you're like troubleshooting, or how's it frustrating? I've hit some frustrating parts for sure when doing my first game. You spent the past 10 hours stuck on the same basic thing? Huh, interesting. You pursued the same Atari game, right? Or did you change that concept up? There are no other clocks this cute. Okay. So I want... Right, this cute. So we're doing... Hoka... No, yeah, Hoka... Hoka... Hoka ni... Hoka ni... Hoka ni wa... Hoka ni wa... No other. Like, I'm trying to generate the pixel blocks and it's all fine for the first one, but it seems to mess up when you generate another one of a different color. Assembly is so tedious. Interesting. So you generate one, but it seems to mess up when you generate another one of a different color. I don't know how assembly works. Are you using the same object? Did you create like a class and your class can't substitute, you forgot to variable pass through color? I'm totally shooting blanks because I have no idea how assembly works. I'm thinking about it from a Python perspective. Like, what's a common error in Python? Well, forgetting to pass a parameter, and then when you like iterate on the same class or object that you made, you can't pass the parameter, so it would get hung up on the color. However, if you keep generating the same color, the blocks keep going. So you would troubleshoot and see if you can keep generating the same color block so that you know that it's working that way. And then if you tried a different color and it stops, then it has a parameter. You're missing a parameter. Not that works in assembly. I have no idea how assembly does it. But troubleshooting ideas. Like, if it's having trouble with a different color, does that mean it's not having trouble generating the same color? If it's having trouble generating the same color, like the first one and then the second one, it might be an order problem, because then it deals with generating a second block, not just the color. It might not be the color, then it's the order. Hoka ni wa... Oh, so maybe... Hoka ni wa...
かわいい
どんな...
かわいい
こんなに
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 かわいい
歌時計
時計
時計 Wait,
時計時計
no other clock, right? Wait.
時計
No other clock.
ありません
So maybe
時計
this way. So 他に all assembly is just basically manually storing values into data registers. I have about 12 registers to work around, and after I generate the first block, there seems to be some interference with the new data going into the existing data register already used. Oh, that still sounds like passing a parameter into the register. Like you made your first register, right? When it generates the first block, and then the parameter that changed is the color. So when you like go and, you know, put in new data for the existing data register, it's not taking in the change in color and it stops. I don't know, something like that. Okani, no other, right? So no other exists, and so there does not exist other block, because that's a subject, yeah, that is this cute. Dang it! Konna ni kawaii. Oh, really? You put it on the outside? Oh. Donna ni kawaii. And then... Really? Wait. How does that... Oh. I know. Oh, it's wrong because... Kawaii is supposed to modify... Clock? Yes. This separates clock from cute. So the konna ni kawaii makes sense. This cute. Okay. Okay wa. Sure, that still works. But something's not agreeable with hokani arimasen. I really want to enter this. Let's enter it. What did I say? So hard to enter. Okay, so. Okay, sure. Oh, honey. Okay. Wa. Konna ni kawaii. Konna ni kawaii. Oh, never mind. I see it. Okay, yeah, no. Whoops. I just closed my everything. Whoops. That was awkward. Awkward. Okay. All right. It's just that the prof must have thought it was funny when he made us pass the color as the fifth variable. When you pass variables in C to assembly, they get passed in order of register. So void function, okay, would pass X into register 0, Y into, okay. However, the fifth variable gets passed into something called stacked and not registered. I find that any, I find that it mess up everything. But I'll stop right here. Well, I mean, that makes sense.
あれは彼女のものです。
It has to be a pass, right? That's it. The symptom you're describing is a parameter of color, so everything else is working. So gotta fix your stacks, whatever that means. あれは彼女のものです。Oh. That is her stuff? Her things? Sure. Oh. That is hers? Oh my freak. Oh wait, that doesn't work. English. Would it really be wrong if the game didn't have colors though? No, you could claim it's an aesthetic choice. Honestly though, then you would have to specify different shades of monochrome and you're still back to the same problem, if you know what I mean. Because if they're all the same color, then it'd just be one big block on display, which would be incredibly jarring. if you know what I mean. Like if you're thinking about a block color, right, it doesn't have borders. Oh, but you could make an asset that has a border though, and then it could be the same color, right? If your asset has a border color, like an outline, then it wouldn't be like one continuous big block of color. That is one way to get a non-monochromatic game. You see the pattern when they start disappearing though. Oh, true. Sort of. It's like, oh, that's the size of one block. When you hit your first block. There are also other things like this. Okay, so how do we do this? This grammar point is kicking my butt. Let's see. There are, okay. I could get away with
他
他にも
も
right? So 他にも somehow this works. This situation. But it didn't work in okay. 他にも
こんな
こんな there are other things like こんなものありま
あ
す
ますが
あります I know why my last one was incorrect though. I lost the particle. I needed a particle. It was
父
gone.
に靴をもらいました。
父に靴をもらいました。From me paps. Yeah. There are all sorts of bags in the store. Okay.
Mise.
Yeah. この店はこの店は
カバン
Oops. いろいろカバンがあります。
あります。
Son of a... Oh, right. いろいろ comes after, yes.
他に何が欲しいですか？
I wonder if you can... You can't いろいろ no... Oh, wait. I might need a no there. Actually, いろいろ no. Maybe. 他に
他に何が欲しいですか？
何が欲しいですか？他 What else do you want? Hoka? Okay. Oh, this grammar point is rough. So what didn't they like? So
かわいいかわいいこんなに
こんなに
かわいい
かわいい So this cute, right? こんなにかわいいかわいい時計
時計は
時計は
他
他にありま
に
せん。
ありません
There are no other, right? There are no other box this cute. Okay.
あれは彼女のものです、
And what was this about?
この店
この店は、oh, right. この店は、カバンがいろいろあります。
いろいろあります。
Oh boy, we're so far behind.
重いですか？
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 Wait, is it short day for Chinese? I think it's short day for Chinese. Every time I see it's yo, but should be shortened to yo. Like, it's not heavy yo. It legitimately works, you know? What is you and no put together? Yo. If you slam you and no together, you get yo. Come on. Think about it. Come on, English people. Let's change this. Actually, I already do this I do this as a joke. Whenever I say like, yo, this is, or put yo at the end. Like, this is easy, yo. Kind of thing. So it's the same thing. Come on. Get with the program. 重くないですよ。重くないでしょ。
重く、
あ、
また足、な、で、よ。
この荷物は本当に重い。
この3つは
この荷物は本当に重い。
この荷物は本当に重い。
軽い
これは丈夫です。
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 重いですかね、重いどこはOh,
重いでか
why do you do this?
彼女は丈夫なパソコンを買いました。
彼女は
丈夫なパソコンを買いました。
丈夫は
彼女は丈夫なパソコンを買いました。
丈夫パソコンを買いました。
買いました。彼女は丈夫なパソコンを買いました。
丈夫な Yeah, it's a non-adjective. この荷物は軽いです。
この
荷物は軽いです。
軽いです。
この財布は丈夫です。この
財布は丈夫です。
軽いですか？
軽いですか？腕
軽い
late
財布荷物
I blame you, Sub-Zero. 重い。
この荷物は軽いです。
この荷物は軽いです。This baggage? Wait. Sorry. I wanted to try anyways.
他
Hoka.
腕重い軽い
Karui. Nimotsu.
丈夫な腕時計を買いました。
丈夫な腕時計を買いました。Okay. この荷物は本当に重いです。
本当です。軽くないです。
軽くないです。Okay. Auditor. Okay.
彼女は丈夫なパソコンを買いました。
Okay.
この荷物は軽いです。
この荷物は軽いです。Okay. Imagine having light baggage. That's a
時
deep
計が
cut.
大好きです。
腕時計が大好き。
です。
Okay. What? Oh, you just want... Okay. Oh, that's kind of mean. Okay. Okay, Duolingo.
お金、
Oh, wait.
お金、
I put in money.
お金をあげます。
Oh, ire. Oh, I totally forgot about ire. Alright, we're adding that to the list.
カバンに財布を入れます。
Okay.
カバンに財布を入れます。漫画、カバンに、カバンに財布を入れます。を、入れます。
Okay, ire. Ireru? Ireru. No. Yes. Ireru. 弟はアニメが大好きです。
アニメが大好きです。
腕時計をカバンに入れます。
腕時計に
腕時計をカバンに入れます。
カバンに入れます。
カバンに入れます。
Okay.
田中さんに花をあげます。
田中さんに花をあげます。What the heck?
これは彼女にとって大切です。
My English is so terrible.
これは彼女にとって大切です。これは彼女にとって大切です。
彼女
にとって
I don't remember とって。Okay.
これは彼女にとって大切です。
大切です。
大切です。
Something very important? Enhancer? This is important to her. Oh, two. Yeah, とって。
兄に花をあげます。
We'll probably lump that in with とって and 解説。Okay, とって。That's actually legitimately. So we have what? 入れる、とって。We'll come up again. 兄に花をあげます。
あげます。
妻はカレーが大好きです。妻
はカレーが大好きです。
重い。カバン。大切。荷物。
あなたにとってお金は大切ですか？あなたにとってお金は大切ですか？あなたにとってお金は大切ですか？
あなた
にとって
あなたにとって
あなたにとってお金は大切ですか？あなたにとってお金は大切ですか？お金は大切ですか？
to them. Okay, so it's not really associated. Okay. Okay. No, give flowers. Okay.
田中
田中さ
さ
ん
んに
花をあげます。
ます。
この腕時計は私にとってとても大切です。
Right. この腕時計は私にとってとても大切です。Okay. No, we have das as well. So I forgot ireru and dasu. Okay. So 取って入れる出す。Okay. So 外から花を
出します。
帽子から花を出します。
帽子から花を出します。入れる。
腕時計。腕時計。
カバン。Wait.
腕時計。
腕時計をカバンに
入れます。
コートから花を出します。
コートから花をします。を出します。
時計が大好きです。
時計
が
大好き
大
です。
好きです。
Low blow. Low blow. 入れる。I just made white borders for my blocks. Somehow that was easier. Oh, you are going to remove the color parameter. I dare you. Do it. If it solves the problem, then that's so borked. Do it. Do it. That's so borked. I'm gonna make a solo colored breakout game. Come on, man.
お金
お金を
入れます。
違うカバンが欲しいです。
I feel like in the process of making this game, you're gonna become like a hyper version of my opinion where everything is okay because you've been on the struggle bus, so now you can't take anything for granted. Like you said, it's part of that. Yeah, like every time when someone says, oh yeah, that part is easy, I'm like, it wasn't easy for me, but I got it done, but it wasn't easy. Or what I mean is like, it took work, right? There's something very real about having experience and not having experience. You know, the human condition dictates of generalizations, overgeneralization, overselling, incredible, highly reductive nature comes at both ends, right? If you're super experienced, you no longer understand how it's difficult anymore. Like you no longer feel like too removed. And then at the very beginning, generalizing because you have no experience, right? And then somewhere in the middle is, you know, a person who's learning and applying at the same time, or steadily applying while learning at the same time.
違うカバンが欲しいです。
Enough competence to know it's not that simple and not experienced enough to remember that we all start somewhere.
違うカバンが欲しいです。
違うカバン欲しいです。
カバンが
欲しいです。
欲しいです。
違う different
持ちました。
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 カバンを持ちます。
カバンを持ちます。
カバンを
持ちます。
持ち
持ち
ます。
持ちません。
持ちます。
な
持ちます。
妹のカバンを持ちます。
妹ね
妹
カバン
妹のカバンを持ちます。
妹のカバン
カバン
を持ちます。
持ちます。
I bought bread at the bakery. So you did.
パンや
パン屋でパンを買いました。
かまし
違う色のカバンが欲しいです。
That's pretty random.
違う
ね。
違う色のカバンが欲しいです。
違う色ね。色 something.
違う色のカバンが欲しいです。
カバンWhere? Oh.
カバン
They keep switching it on me. I was looking for the katakana this time instead of the kanji. And now it's written hiragana.
違う色のカバンが欲しいです。
欲しいです。
欲しいですの違う色のカバンが欲しいです。
I want a different color.
カバン持ちません。腕持ちます。
持ちます。
同じ
レモン
and help.
ボール病院
同じ
時
計
持ちます。
す。
重い花同じ
カバン
パン屋でパンを買いました。
パン屋でパンを買いました。いや。Okay. I bought bread at the bakery. I was liking to say I bought bread from the bakery, but man, prepositions. I want the same wallet as him. as him?
と
彼と
同じと
同じと彼
彼と
彼と同じ
同じと
同じと彼
財布
財布が欲しいです。Is it the other way around? 彼と同じ Yeah, I'm not sure how I'll just have to remember that too as him.
カバンを持ちましょうか。
Oh, okay. So, is that a second? This explains why I was so speeding through because I couldn't remember so many things. It's him. カバンも、持ちましょう。持ちましょう。
カバンを持ちましょうか。
カバンを持ちましょうか。What? May I? Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. I want a wallet in the same color. Okay.
同じの色
同じの色が欲しいです。Oh, 財布。
財布
Okay, yeah. So there is something. Okay, so that doesn't modify. It's not a modifier. It doesn't need a particle. Before, okay. Onaji just doesn't work the way with particles.
違うお店に行きましょう。
違うお店に行きましょう。I want a bag in a different color. So, 違う色のカバン
カバンがです。
Oops.
です。
色がいいですね。
色がいいですね。So this one is like,
と
I suppose you just go with it. 彼と同じand it's 財布 because this works. 同じ財布
が欲しいです。
カバンを持ちましょうか。
カバンも持ちましょうか。I don't know why I wrote same or picked same there. I want them all in the same color, so
同じ
同じ色の財布
がです。
Alright. Okay. Gotta get used to a bunch of things.
この荷物は軽いです。
この荷物は軽いです。Oh. Did I screw this one? Oh. I wanted to do a
時計
modified
が
action.
大好きです。
時計は大好き。
時計が大好きです。
カバンを持ちましょうか。
I said wow, but that's fine. カバンを待ちましょうか。Okay, there are no other, right? So,
こんに
こんな、こんなに
かわいい
こんなにかわいい
時計
時計
は
は
他
他にありません。The stills は同じ色の財布が欲しいです。
財が欲しいです。
And then this is a 入れる problem.
いります。
同じ茶碗を2つください。
同じ茶碗を2つください。
あなたの財布には何がありますか？あなたの財布には何がありますか？
財布
は何にありますか？
What's in your wallet? Oh, wait. あなたの財布にはWhoops.
同じ色の財布が欲しいです。
I totally thought I clicked on ni and put in as well. 同じ色の財布が欲しいです。
腕時計をカバンに入れます。
腕時計
をカバンに入れます。
カバンに入れます。
カバンに入れます。
There are other things like this. I'm gonna flip this just to see if it works too. So,
こんな
こんなもの。こんなもの。
他
も。
に
他にもがあ
あ
りま。
りますす。
Honestly, I don't know how that doesn't work. Actually, we'll have to. I'm gonna have to look why that doesn't work. Because 他にも is still. Actually, let's type this in. To like this. What does this actually say? Oh. Nani? No. 他にもあります。There's so much more. Interesting. Okay. How does that work? So when I flip this, there are so many other things. Wait. So there are other there are also other things. No, we're gonna need some help
こ
on
の
this
店
one.
はカバンがいろいろあります。
It is different. I did get a different result, but whenever I read that, I don't see it.
この店はカバンがいろいろあります。店はこの店はカバンがいろいろあります。カバンがいろいろあります。あなたの財布には何がありますか？あなた
What did I do here? あなたの財布。
財布？あなたの財布には何がありますか？は
ありますか？
ありますか？何
Oops.
が
あなたの So that's modifying, yeah. あなたの財布には何がありますか？ That's fine. This is not fine. I mean, I was just testing it. I was kind of expecting, oh, yeah, but you can also say it this way.
他にも
So, 他にも
こんな
もの
があります。
Wait, what if I...
こんなものが
Maybe it's the ga? Oh, I forgot the particle. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. I totally forgot the particle. I was like, wait a minute. I just realized I didn't bring the particle out as well. Just kidding. Yeah, all is still right in the world. I forgot the ga. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. It's still fine. It makes sense still. I messed up my particles. Okay. Alright. We got 15 minutes. We're an hour behind today. Fine. Nimotsu. Oh, wait. It does take IEM. Alright, so maybe I won't look at Romaji.
荷物
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 Didn't test that.
荷物
荷物荷物荷物
荷物
荷物
I wrote this in the wrong stroke order today. I remember now why it's so awkward. Because my stroke order wasn't the right. Okay. Fine. I'm all screwy today. Saifu. I blame everyone. Except myself.
財布
Especially Sub-Zero, because he can't solve
財布
the assembly problem.
財布財布
財布
Saifu.
財布
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 Whoops.
財布財布財布
Right. My eyeballs are so tired. 腕時計。What in the actual... Oh, whoops.
腕時計
That's my typo. Fine.
腕時計、
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 腕時計腕時計
腕時計、
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 Right.
財布、
財布
財布、
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 財布財布
財布、
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 他、
ほほか
ほか、
ほか、
ほか、ほか、
ほか、
ほか、
ほかほか
ほか、
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 Okay. 가방, 모노, 가방,
かば
모노,
カバン、札、
사츠,
物、鏡、靴、
かばん
カバン、カバン、物、
모노,
橋、カバン、
타나,
窓、
もの、
カバン、鏡、窓、物、靴、
Okay.
カバン、
가방,
物、
모노,
皿、
하나,
鏡、
가미,
札、
츠. 네.
호카,
ほかほか
ほか、
호카,
ほか、
ほか、
호카, 호카,
ほか、ほか、
ほか、
호카,
ほか
ほか、
호카,
重い。
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 重い。重い。
重い。
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 重い。重い。
重い。
丈夫。丈夫。
丈夫。
丈夫。
丈夫。丈夫。
丈夫。
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 丈夫。丈夫。
丈夫。
他。
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 他。他。
Oops.
他。他。
軽い。
軽い。
I've been writing that incorrectly too. Dang it.
軽い。
Dang it.
軽い。軽い。
I thought it looked a little weird. I used the left radical from like
軽い。
Ampai instead.
軽い。
Should have known better.
軽い。
Should have known better.
軽い。
軽い。
Oops.
軽い。
Oh, it's 2 days in a row that I messed up
Karui.
Karui. Ooh.
軽い。
軽い。
I'm slipping. I'm slipping. Omoi.
重い。
Oops.
重い。
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 重い。重い。
重い。
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 Okay. I've fallen.
丈夫。
Job.
丈夫。
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 丈夫。丈夫。
丈夫。
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 Karui. Yes, having these sections here.
軽い。
Always good to remind yourselves not to
Karui.
get complacent, right?
軽い。
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 軽い。軽い。
Eh. Alright.
他。
他。他。
他。
Fatigue.
他。
Fatigue.
他。
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 Eh.
重い。
重い
重い重い
重い
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 丈夫。
丈夫
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 丈夫丈夫
うん軽い。うん
軽い軽い
軽い
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 Oops.
軽い
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 Oops.
軽い
Okay. Oh. Okay. 重い。
重い
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 重い重い
重い
重い
Okay.
丈
丈夫。
丈夫
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 丈夫丈夫
丈夫
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 えん
か
軽い。
軽い軽い
Oops. Oh, please.
軽い
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 Oops.
軽い
軽い
軽い軽い
All right, that's a wrap. What are we adding to the list? We have Ireru. I'm out of stuff account from yesterday. Ireru and Dasu. Also, a note on Dona, Konna. Still not quite sure the organization. And there's also a thing about Hokani. Was there Tato? Tato. No. No. Oh, did? Oh. No. What? Maybe it's... Oh. No? Oh, maybe it's an entire phrase. Oh, tate. Probably tate. No, tate is stand up. What the? Wait. Yeah, I already forgotten. Hold up. Tote. Oh my gosh, I got the thing reversed. Okay, tote. Yeah. Okay, tote. Oh boy. Okay. Maybe at least these things, right? Did I verify that it still works? Yeah, it still works. I just need to I need to pay attention to particles. My particles are out of whack. I keep dropping particles everywhere. Need to stop dropping particles now. So, I think I'm okay with konna, how konna hoka, konna hoka and onaji works if I stop dropping particles. So we gotta work on that. Right, onaji. Chigai. Chigao. Chigao onaji. Oh, right. Oh, no, not onaji. So onaji. So onaji modifies something. Onaji and chigao. So gotta also remind myself not to goof up there too. I goofed up on so many things today. Hopefully it's I think my most concern right now is I don't know if it's because I'm really tired. I missed a stroke in onaji. Oh no. I also messed up a stroke in onaji. Yeah, I missed the left stroke here. I thought I didn't have a left stroke. Okay. So how many errors is that? That's a lot. That's like 7 errors. That's a lot of errors. Okay. Yesterday was a rush job. It was a big rush job. It really shows. So onaji. Okay. Onaji has a left. Okay. Think about this. The hoka. Alright, it's fine. Fine. We'll wrap it up today for Japanese. I need to ingrain like 7 points. At least 7 points. I don't think there's any other vocabulary word. I feel like there were 2 things before tote. Tote, and I totally forgot. We'll find them tomorrow. Last day. This one was a rough one. This was a really rough one. Alright, that's a wrap for Japanese. There you have it. We're trying our best. Trying our best. Try to get more vigilant. I think sentences are starting to kind of like double itself, like half of it. This was really long too. All right. Keep on working at it, I suppose. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, gozaimasu. Until next time, right? Mata ne. Ya ne. I'm gonna get up, stretch, try to pump some blood into my dwindling brain power, and be back for Chinese. Thank you. Get up, stretch, bathroom, check on my dinosaurs.
Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 123. 欢迎大家好. Alright, let's hop right into this. I'm pumped. Ooh, second win. Come on. Hey. Unit 33. How do I organize this? TNT. 天气. Yeah, shit. 下雨. Low. Duh. Wait. No, yeah. 花 花着风 花着 下着雪 刮着大风 外面 里面 Oh no. Oh, wait.如果就
Mm-mm. Hmm. Hmm. No, I think that's okay. 看书还是电影？电影 Oops. 电影外面带带上带嗯嗯 Oh, I remember what die is. Yes. Die song. Also, 晴天还是阴天需要出去可能出去重来 I think that's good. Like, not too bad. We still got it. Unit 32. Can't possibly still be on body parts. Can we? No, travel issues, right? Oh. Okay, the locations. Ja. Ye xiao. Hmm. 机场。商场。商店。酒店。酒店。公司。公司。公司。公司那公司。公司。公司。公司。办公室。怎么办？N I U 眼镜镜镜让让得买票要坐要停一个半小时。走路。走路。开车。飞机。汽车。火车。 Oops. No one saw that. Fine. 知道。可以。Wait. 可以。Yeah. Why am I? Oh, 可以。Yeah, 可以。There was something about Unit 33 that I kind of need to remember. Some grammar stuff? No, I guess it's with 这. We have an example. 九. Yeah, 九. Not sure about 教. I think we have a 教. But 九. Alright. That's good enough. At 30 minutes. Pretty quick on the Chinese side of things. Okay, Li Ting. Cause I guess it's a little shorter. 吃. 吃. Li Ting 吃. 迟到. 迟到. 不让 actually 不让 right? Oh, no, 不让 okay 不让开车远机场进飞机 The heck did G go? Oh, 飞机讲半小时的火车 The heck is 票怎么办？可以。Alright, fair enough. 明天下雪。We're using 花子带伞。如果要 Oh man, sure, lung is good. Wait, do we have warm? Lung. Oh, it's used to contrast with sunny. Fine, lung. Okay, so I gotta remember this. Good practice. Yeah. 下雨. This is 下了, which we caught up with now. 里面可能外面看出大分 花这分重来。Okay, so just long. That's fine. I'll take it. Oh, this is the last day? Man, I'm so behind here too. Oof.
我的哥哥这个周末在医院。我哥哥
我
的哥
哥
在
我的哥哥
这个周
末
在
医院。
我今天要请假。
我今天要请假。
我的女儿明年会住在英国。我
的女儿明年，我的女儿明年，住在会住在纽约。英国。I forgot New York.
我的妈妈下个星期会请假。
我的妈妈下个星期会请假。下个星期。
她的丈夫下个星期会在纽约。她
的丈夫。That's funny. That 丈夫 is 丈夫。I just made that connection, and I could have made that connection yesterday. But 丈夫。她的丈夫
下个星期会在纽约。
下个星期
她的丈夫下个星期会在纽约。会
在纽约。
在纽约。
对。
非常。
周末。
妻子。狗。
医院。
这个孩子每天坐公共汽车去学校。
这个孩子每天坐公共汽车去学校。可以我们可以坐公共汽车去学校吗？我们可以坐公共汽车去学校吗？你会住在哪里？明年你会住在哪里？明年
你会住在
哪里？
哪
儿 Okay, that's fine too. What TV shows do you watching? What TV show?你们喜欢看什么电视节目？
你们喜欢看什么电视节目？
我的女儿明年会住在英国。 我的
女儿 ，Oh yeah，
女儿
女儿
会住在
在纽约，no， 英国。
英国。
喂，我的女儿会住在明年。
明年。
哎，
他们11点开门。
他们11点开门。
上午8点45分。
上午，
上午
8点45分，9点45分。
上午8点45分，45分。
对，
他不喜欢坐地铁。
他不喜欢坐地铁。
我在这儿下车吗？
我在这儿下车吗？
我在
这儿下车吗？
下车吗？
你也可以坐船去那里。
你也可以坐船去那里。Okay. In the morning? 下午8点。下午8点加 No, they just went with 45分。Yeah, that
上8 45
I
分
was。gonna say 上午9点9点加一课 as opposed like a quarter to 9 8:45。
我昨天见了我的医生。
我昨天见了我的医生。他病了。他生病了，所以or no 所以他生病了。他在房间里睡觉。or 因为 or what there's got to be a connector, right? No, this is before the connector. I see.
他
生病了。
生病了。
对，他生病了。在房间里睡觉。
房里睡觉。
I was gonna add like 因为or like 所以 or something to connect them. Like 因为他生病了，所以他在房间里睡觉。Something like that. Or maybe I don't need to repeat her she twice. I only got off work at 11 last night. Oh, no. Oh no, I totally forgot what this is. What is it?
才
Oh, 才我昨天晚上 我昨天晚上11点下班。
我才
maybe no
才
我昨天晚上 no
才
I don't know 才 goes first 我才昨天晚上
才
no 我昨天晚上
才
11
点
下班 no is it at the very end? It's at the very end. Interesting. So the time comes before all of it. Okay, I wasn't sure. Because 会 can come in between sometimes. Alright, sure.
我
昨天
晚上
11点我昨天晚上11点才下班。Okay. Fair enough.
我们用手机看新闻。
我们用手机看英文。not 英文。wait, did they actually say no? 新闻。
今天晚上他们在哪儿？
今天晚上他们在哪儿？
地铁站在酒店的旁边。
地铁在酒店的旁边。地铁okay, let's see. 地铁站地铁站在酒店的旁边。
下午我要去商店。
下午我要商店。下午。
她打扮得很漂亮。
她打扮得很漂亮。她她很漂亮。她打扮得很漂亮。
现在是晚上11点06分。
现在是晚上11点06分。okay. Okay.
牛肉。
旅游。面条。地铁。爱好。
他在家看报纸。他在家看报纸。
牛肉。为什么？
苹果。商店。
鸡肉。
请问出租车站在这儿吧？在这里吗？ What are they gonna go with? 这儿 No, 这里。Alright.
请问
请问
出租车站
在这里吗？呢？Oh, is there? Oh, 请问这里有出租车站吗？There is there. Okay. She dressed up beautifully. 她打扮得很漂亮。
她打扮得。
Oh wait, maybe it is day. I have to double check.
很漂亮。
No, that's a degree. Pretty sure it's the. Okay. All right. Off we go.
阴天的时候，我喜欢在家看书。
阴天的时候，阴天的时候。I forgot about 时。Gotta remind myself that 时候 it's time. 阴天的时候，
阴天的时候，我喜欢在家看书。
我喜欢在家看书。
看书。
今天的天气不冷。
今天的天气不冷。
晴。雪。
雪。
迟。雨。停。雨。伞。雨。阴。带。
雪。
伞。
昨天，北京昨天是，北京昨天是晴天。
北京昨天是晴天。
外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。
外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。
明天可能会下雪。
明天在哪里？
明天可能会下雪。
外面下着雪。别出去玩。
外面下着雪。别出去玩。
Okay. How cold would it be? 明天 明天有有兜廊吗？有兜廊，有兜。
今天，
哦，
今天，明天有，
明天
会
有
多
廊，会多廊，
会。
Okay, I was like, like singing in the rain. 他喜欢，wait， 他在他在雨里，他喜欢唱，在雨里，
他
喜欢
在
唱歌在雨里，or maybe
在雨里，
他在雨里喜欢唱歌，whichever. Yeah, it's either. Wait. 他喜欢在雨里。他喜欢，Oh yeah, he likes singing. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. 如果 wait 如果 maybe 如果 no when it snows 如果下雪no just when it snows so 下雪
如果下雪
no
如果下雪
大雪oh when it rains oh time so 下雪的时候很漂亮这里很漂亮 Yeah, I keep forgetting 时候That's the one thing I have to remember so we're gonna have to have that 的时候 okay 的时候我的家人 wait I could also draw and paint. Yeah, I can also draw and paint a bit. Digitally, I can't draw and paint practically. Although I haven't tried. I don't know if it transfers.
你好
我的家人在里面。
为什么你从来不来看我们？
为什么你从来 I just realized, did I change the I did. Okay. What were I doing at the start of live? I was doing Inktober. Today's day 2 of Inktober. So we draw every day in October.
为什么你从来不来看我们？
为什么你从来不来看我们？
为什么你从来不来看我们？为什么你从来 菜
菜
来看
从来不来看我们。
我们
Oh, thank you, Penguin.
就如果周末下雪，我们就在家看电影。
I typically only exclusively draw things in October, but it has been 3 years. So it has been 3 Octobers since this October.
如果周末下雪，我们就在家看电影。
如果下雪，如果下雪，我们在家，我们在家看电影，我们就在家看电影。
如果周末下雪，我们就在家看电影。
如果周末下雪，我们就在家看电影。
如
里面有什么？
如果
Oops.
如果里面
有
什么？
瓜
Oh, I think I said 瓜子 Why did you never come to see us? Okay.
为什么
你从来不来看我们？
从来不来看我们？
You know, Mapi low-key gave me idea that I could implement, so should I get back to streaming and making content? I don't know. It's up to you. Only you have the answer for that. Let me know. I would love to see it.
就伞如雪
瓜。
如果明天下雨，我们就不出去。
如果
如果
明天下雨，
明天
下雨，
我们
就不出去。Okay.
带如就刮
今天下午会刮风。
今天下午会刮风。
如果你不能来，就一定要告诉我们。
I forgot what I was supposed to remember. Oh no. I told myself I was going. I've forgotten. Okay.
如果你不能来，就一定要告诉我们。
如果你不能来，就一定要告诉我们。You stopped year ago when you missed out on a chance to win 20K. But how does that matter with why you stopped? Was there a reason you started for the 20K? I'm a little confused. Sounds like an opportunity, but I don't necessarily think how that's related to stopping something. Opportunities are extra. It'll be very windy tomorrow, unless it has something to do with what you were streaming.
明天
Or what content you were creating, I mean. 明天会刮 刮大风，大风 OK。
刮大风，
外面，外面刮着，外面刮着风。
外面刮着风。
Okay, one more.
阴天的时候，我喜欢在家看书。
Yeah, true, but you see, I used to be a professional gamer and I need a lot of money to buy the best equipment. I don't think the equipment defines the gamer, but if it felt like you needed equipment to be a professional gamer, I suppose I can understand that. I think that if I had to be really straight with you, that's a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. However, if it motivates you because you got the best equipment, then I concede that that might be very useful for you to maintain that. FPS internet is key. Sure. I think that's a logical fallacy. However, you can if that is very important to you, then I can't change your mind about it. So that sounds reasonable. So you quit being a professional gamer because you needed a lot of money. You're at a disadvantage, you have low FPS and high ping. Well, you can still be a professional gamer. About that, I think you're talking about being a competitive person in a competitive space. I can assure you that there have been professional FPS players that managed with such things and became professional because of it, not missing the opportunity of something that requires you to be a good player in the first place. So, at least in my opinion. But I'll take your word for it. I'm not here to argue since I didn't pursue professional gaming myself. Although I do have to admit that there was that urge to do so at the start of MLG, which was when I was a college student.
阴天的时候，我喜欢在家看书。
阴天的时候。
阴天。
阴天的时候。
的。
阴天的时候。
时候。
阴天的时候。
我。
我在家，我喜欢在
家
看书。
看书。
I earnestly, I'm being really direct with you. I earnestly cannot encourage people to have the mindset that their capacities and aptitude, a skill, is bound by their availability of a tool. However, it certainly helps that person quite a lot. So it does help. So the answer is both. However, you are creating a narrative that suggests that you would quit being a professional gamer because you didn't have enough money. I think that doesn't include my perspective. So I wanted to add my perspective. It's both. I'm not saying it's not a problem or disadvantage. I'm saying that's not sufficient to stop you from becoming a professional gamer. It's very different. Like for me, I would not say you are not wrong, but it depends on circumstances. I don't think so. You're creating circumstances to excuse yourself, at least in my opinion. You were a kid in a country that didn't even take gaming seriously. You're describing a lot of people, but that doesn't necessarily make you unique in your situation. Resources were scarce and you had to get them from abroad. Again, you're not unique to that situation. Actually, esports are not taken seriously anywhere outside most of the time. And again, if you say it depends on the circumstances, if you say it depends on the circumstances, it always depends on circumstances. So that is not a valid excuse. Cozy wants to know how old are you, and Cozy wants to know what game. It's an FPS. That's That's what was mentioned, Cozy. So if I had to take a jab, maybe in any range from CSGO, Overwatch, Valorant, Apex Legend. Like 0 tournaments back then, 0 servers, 120, 60 FPS, and I was 14 back then, I guess. Yeah. I'm being, so if you're not 14 now, the mindset that you have, I am a little bit concerned. However, that's just me being very direct. I'm not usually this direct, but I feel like you have a fairly passionate and mature outlook from all your opportunities. Generally speaking, though, I'm the most concerned if I'm talking to someone far along, like 30 years old, that approach things that way, because generally means that you slam the door. You slam the door on opportunities a lot of times, and if you're old, sure. If you're younger, maybe not so much. So I'm sorry to hear that you didn't get it. You're 23. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that your original like plans didn't work out. Early peak gaming. For him, no. He was 14 then. He's 23 now. So it's been a while. And now you're having a inspiration to do something again. And does that involve playing video games again? Or something? Because that's where the conversation started. I asked you want to go back to streaming and making content. So does that mean you're interested? Oh, I think the comment was removed maybe because of YouTube moderation or YouTube auto mod or something. Because revealing ages can be compromising if you're too young. But if you're 23, I think that's perfectly all right. I'm sure you are very responsible at that age. For sure, I want to get back to making content. Only this time, I want it to be beneficial. Oh, you removed it by misclick. That's fair enough. I mean, it can be tough, but dreams are dreams because of that. My point that I really want to make aggressively is that when you're young, it is very easy to rationalize. And I don't want to be someone who says, oh, well, that sucks. Obviously, yeah, you couldn't have been a professional gamer. And there's only like one opportunity, that kind of thing, right? So I didn't know where you were back then and whatnot. But it does suck when there are big disadvantages. However, I think thinking and waddling on those disadvantages doesn't necessarily make those dreams come true. Usually around 24 is hitting too late to go pro, but you can still, if you can push yourself harder. I mean, nowadays, at least, well, Penguin has already revealed that wherever he is or she is or wherever they are, they don't take the branches of gaming, right? Gaming seriously. However, I don't think Penguin's talking about gaming at 24. The Penguin only mentioned this time they want to make content that's beneficial. You've coached and competed, so have I. Well before it was gaming was important anywhere as well. So I don't know how it was when Penguin's 14, so that's what is that? 8 years ago? 9 years ago. 9 years ago. There was maybe one organization big enough when I was into competitive gaming. And, you know, it still could have worked out, I suppose. But yes, instead I paid for college. I decided to pay for college. So there you are. Well, I hope you find the content that makes it beneficial. I'm not sure how you know what content is beneficial. Have you asked yourself how you know if making certain content is beneficial? Yeah, for sure. If one sticks to it and never stops, it is possible. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I'm trying to think if I don't give an impression I did not intend. If you stick with, well, yeah. If one keeps an open mind in how to apply things, probably not like stick to the thing that you're at a disadvantage. You know what I mean? You stopped, you wanted to pursue something new. I guess it's part of growing. Yeah. And you got that, right? Penguin, you're working on that now, hopefully. Something that's meaningful. Or like even more meaningful to you.
就 刮 雪 如 伞
And then you want to make content about that? That would be great. And then you can share your story about a chance at professional gaming. A story can be something, you know? It in itself could be beneficial over time. At least I think. Or that's how I would go about it. Not that people go about it like I do most of the time. Yeah, constantly, though I never found that same feeling when you are outplaying everyone in the game. This is gonna sound really, really reductive, but also funny. I don't want to take people. I hope no one takes this offensively. But the most successful people spend most of the time outplaying everyone in the game of life. So I don't think there's anything more satisfying than outplaying people's lives. Perhaps that's a mindset you might want to, you may consider as a fuel. Like if you're consistently happier than someone else, I think you're outplaying a lot of people. At least that's how I view it. Now here's the scoop though. If you're outplaying everyone, you can turn it into a win-win. You can turn it into a win-win by helping them be happy too. Then you're not even outplaying everyone. You have no one to compete against you. At least that's my opinion. That's how I see it. If you are hardcore outplaying life so hard that the thing that gives you satisfaction is that by getting everyone to play along with you, that is something to be admired. At least in a bigger stroke thing. However, obviously I'm blowing smoke. It can be seen as blowing smoke. So let's reel it back and talk about hopefully you have something that you want to do now. Are you not doing something already that doesn't involve content creation, Penguin?
冷
you don't have to answer if it's too personal.
冷
冷 冷
鞋子
鞋子
裤子头发
饿
阴晴雨伞带
Which crashed on you? Okay, you didn't miss much, Cozy. If you cannot come, you must tell us. Okay. 如果你不来不可能来不能来就一定告诉我们呢？Oh, what? Wait.
一定要告诉我们
No Joe, really? Huh. Not really. You pursued university and afterwards here I'm pushing for data analytics. Yeah, you mentioned data analytics. There's still a lot for you to think about objective wise. Okay, objective. Interesting. Is there anything that gets you excited to get out of bed early? Everything. Yeah, okay, alright. I'm being reductive here. Every day is an opportunity to better myself. So as long as I breathe, I get out of bed. But too many people want to go pro in a casual scene or game nowadays. Stuff don't make sense, I suppose. I'm not sure if that's where if that's where Penguin's headspace is. I don't think going professional, in my opinion, using the word pro and casual elicits the same meaning for myself, whether it's gaming or not. I think in general, many people, especially at an incredibly young age, do not understand what that means yet. However, they could learn by gaining that experience, I suppose. By getting that experience. Like, it's an opportunity, nevertheless. Opportunities are opportunities, so highly encouraging. The spark of this conversation is that Penguin missed or wasn't able to have an opportunity, and that creates a point of like a life's event, right? And that's understandable. Yeah. Like I could have for example, I could have ended up pursuing software engineering. That wasn't a path I decided to choose. Oh yeah, there's Penguin. Yeah, Penguin's on Twitch now. That Penguin. Yeah, even in a comp scene, players still are playing casually. Yeah, so I get up early on the prospect of if there's anything I can do in a day, I will tend to have found something to better myself today. That's it. Now, do I aim for just that? No, I'm greedy as all heck. The thing that really gets my fire steeping is the possibility of impacting someone else in a positive way. So I don't get up for myself anymore because I don't really need, like, at minimally I have myself to get out of bed, but generally speaking that's not why I put in on self improvement. I'm self-improving for a reason, not necessarily for my own satisfaction. I don't think I'm not that old, but I'm also not that young of mind. My self-improvement is for the betterment of someone that I want to care for in the future, not myself. I'm fairly comfortable, healthy enough, well-educated enough, and being resourceful enough. So now I want to live for someone else. I don't have children, Penguin, but it would be nice to have the idea of starting a family. So every day I continue to self-improve for any people that I interact with. It's a constant thing to try to keep doing better for other people until maybe one day that's an opportunity. So until then, I won't stop trying to get out of bed and benefit, and improve myself for that day. That's kind of how that works, at least in my opinion. So living for myself, I'm actually quite content. So when you asked me that question about like what happens yesterday, or I think 2 days ago, you asked me what happens if I find out that I have one day to live. I would make sure that whatever I had is distributed, the boring stuff, distributed among the people I know, and then I wouldn't be too upset. Because earnestly, I get out of bed for the idea of living with other people, not living for myself. It's kind of I don't know when this happened. It might have happened sometime like 5 or 6 years ago, when I found that life is like, it's kind of fun, like collecting, boosting your own reputation or credibility, or putting more notches in your complete pile or something like that, or creating a bucket list even. I don't think there's a bucket list big enough to hold the possibility of touching people's souls and hearts. So after focusing on teaching for so long and seeing kids in and out and day in and day out, that's pretty much non-negotiable. Like there isn't many things that can hold a candle, for me personally, that can hold a candle to seeing someone smile because of something you were able to do. There's nothing close to that. You get out of bed for 1 million, not a penny less. I get up if someone I know needs help. I don't mind sleeping in bed and not getting up. It's not a negative source. So here's the thing, right? Penguin, you asked me a very interesting question. You asked me, is there something that gets you excited to get out of bed early? Yes, there is. However, I also want to add that staying in bed is not negative as well, Penguin. As a person who has an urgency to want to achieve things and want things for themselves, staying in bed too long can be a very negative thing. I think of it for myself as, if I stay in bed, it means that I could use the extra rest or something like that. The bed hasn't ever been a place anymore. It used to be, sort of. When I was younger, the bed was like the worst place in the world. Like I didn't want to sleep. Like sleeping is not part of living, right? When you sleep, you're wasting time. So between around your age and younger, from like 18 and on to like 30, sleeping was like the devil. It was a waste of time. Actually, eating was a waste of time when I was that age. So when it came to like competitiveness or something, if you will, I didn't really think of it as competitiveness. I think of it more as, if I'm constantly better than yesterday, how much farther can I push each day to get even better? And my competition is myself. And that sounds a little arrogant, but I wasn't concerned about other people's competition, because the biggest competition I have is myself. And that's not in the sense of I knew what my competition was. The idea was that whatever I'm competing with, I have a non-compete with everyone else. Like, certainly there are people who are going to compare and pick apart the things they're either good or better than you, or worse and better than you. But you yourself can no longer be competed if you have so many things going on. So to this day, that manifests into what I am now, which when someone tells me how great job they're doing and all that stuff, I'm happy for them. In no way could they say they're better than me in any way, and I would be like shocked or impressed. The most impressive thing you can do when you're speaking to me is understand how you're going to wake up each day, improve yourself, enjoy improving yourself, and being sustainably proud of what you can do, as opposed to waking up and telling yourself you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that, because things were like this and things were like that. And that is where I better myself every day to counteract. When I get someone that tells me that, you know, like someone that I know personally, they get up and say like, oh, you know, I would do this if only I had this. I'm like, let's go get it. There's no excuse for that. Like, you don't have it, let's go get it. Let's work on a plan to get it, because you need to remove that excuse. The more those excuses pile up, the more likely that both of us, you know, I know you, you know me, we got to get it done at some point. If I'm specifically talking about like friends, right? People who I come to rely and trust, and they come to rely and trust on me. So if it's their problem, it's both our problems. That's how it goes, right? So if you see a problem, fix the problem, or you try to change the problem or the context of the problem. If both of you fail, right, then we recruit a third person, a fourth person. And when there are no problems, basically everyone's doing their thing, things are going well, you motivate yourself to better yourself so that when problems come up, you're prepared or you're ready to tackle it. It doesn't mean you can prevent it from happening. If you're preventing from happening, you're never going to be prepared for future problems. You're going to be emotionally and resourcefully ready to solve those problems if you're constantly setting yourself right. So that's kind of what I want to say. I think competing against yourself is a good mindset to have, especially when you get older. The older you get, the more and more dissonant it's going to be to compare one and another person, right? So like the longer you live, the more and more astronomically unlikely that you can comprehensively compare yourself with another person, right? So as you're getting older, the idea is, how do you create opportunity? In my opinion, this is my opinion, not professional advice or living circumstances. I want to make sure if you're having problems, you probably want to go seek like a life coach or a certified professional. My thought is that you are accumulating experience. The older you get, the more you can leverage all your cumulative experience. So if you wanted to create something beneficial, right? A lot of times people like Penguin talked about thinking about doing something beneficial. The most beneficial thing is to encapsulate how you can create more experience while also creating a unique experience that's an expression of yourself. So what does that look like? No one's going to have the answer other than you. And that's kind of what I do on stream now. It's actually, as much as I consider the welfare and the kindness that people give me advice, it's not going to look like the way they're going to tell me. It's not possible. I have more than enough experience over 37 years of life. In fact, my life, because of the way, you know, Asian Americans grow up and stuff, it's got double the volume of a lot of people who live under a single cultural mindset. So with that, I leverage most of those. If you want to talk about tendential, like Asian culture displaced onto a westernized culture, I'm there. If you only want to talk about how cool Japan is or China is, I'm there. But the idea is you're able to leverage most of these experiences. So I don't think being a professional gamer is out of the question, provided in a context that doesn't actually necessarily have to involve competing directly. However, with that said, it would be very disingenuous to say that I know how to do that right now, because I have no aspirations to be a professional in gaming, as opposed to the phrase professional gamer. I think that phrase professional gamer is too restrictive. So being a professional in gaming can appear like many things nowadays, and that can still allow you to leverage your love for video games while also seeking to be a professional in some way that's sustainable. What does that look like? I have no idea. However, I think with a person who's able to do that, there might be a way. And I not enjoy my sleep in my bed in nature. Just worry about making yourself a better you than you were yesterday rather than comparing. As one gets older, that's pretty much the sentiment. Worry about making yourself a better you than you were yesterday. Especially if you're getting older and older, because it's astronomically, statistically unlikely that if you make yourself better, a better you, it's the most accurate reflection of comparison. Maybe when you were like 7 or, you know, before 18, or maybe before puberty or adolescence, you might be able to compare kids' progress back to back. But adult progress, boy, that's a can of worms. As you're growing older, the can of worms get bigger and bigger. It becomes more and more unrealistic unless you have this disproportionate value of a part of someone. And that tends to involve coveting, desire, envy, jealousy, pride. So, do I covet that people can learn Japanese in 1 year? No, I don't. I know that I've learned Japanese today. That's sufficient. Like, they can give you advice, right? I can take advice. I'll use that advice to my advantage. I'm not going to use my advice because of someone's result. Like, exclusively because of someone's result. So when someone peddles numbers and stuff, the answer is, that sounds like good numbers. Now, when I have time, I'll use it and see what my numbers are. Because I'm old and I don't reckon whatever you're doing, we're alike that much that that's going to happen, right? Unless it's like physical challenges where, like, if I can't bench 180 now, I can't bench 180 tomorrow by looking at weights, right? That's fair game. when it comes to intellectual fulfillment, right? Satisfaction, intellectual creation, like content creation and whatnot. I'll quote several YouTubers. You take the inspiration, you take other people's ideas or get inspired by people's ideas, but you make it your own. Otherwise, you are actually competing with someone. And that is playing by the people's game. So like if you are a content creator and your goal is to trend chase, the cap is the trend you're chasing. You yourself will be comparable to that trend. The question is, can you change your mindset? I don't chase trends. I know about trends. I take those trends, and if they ever overlap with my interests, then they can help boost. It's an advantage. It's an extra advantage, like resources for gaming. You can start, you know, that's why I asked kind of why you stopped at the age of 14. Like, did you have to be a pro gamer then, or work towards another route to be a pro gamer after? That's kind of the thing that, unfortunately, in my opinion, it does take other people around you to inspire you to do that. And maybe that was not an option. I certainly wouldn't have been someone that would easily ask you to dismiss your situation. Like, it's a... One could have started like a FundMe, or... did that even exist back then? Yeah, I think it exists back then. Okay, okay, quick. Future is unknown, so make it fun while you can. But can those who need that kind of help have the resources to access it? We won't know. We won't know. However, if you do nothing, if you leave it, then it's absolute certainty. So much like Cozy's Echo, the future is unknown. If you stop doing it, then the future is certain. I know how that sounds, and some people say, but what if you spent your whole life chasing a dream that's unachievable? Does that sound so bad? Well, to some people it's like, well, yeah, because you'll always be a failure and whatnot. It's like, well, I certainly chased a dream that I didn't succeed pursuing. So, and when I say failure, it doesn't hurt. Because everything I've done up to this point led to this point. So it is a philosophical point. It is definitely a philosophical point. I don't typically look at the end or the dead end as something that doesn't have a way out. Hear me out here. I've met plenty of people who make an incredibly cogent argument, and it's an impasse that convince me that they believe that there are dead ends in life. So they choose to make all their decisions based on not hitting a dead end. So like that could be professional gaming. You have so much disadvantages that if you go down that road, you will hit a dead end. If I continue to use Japanese to learn Duolingo, if I keep using Duolingo to learn Japanese, then it will be a dead end. That's the people, and those are fair points. If I kept using Duolingo only, yes, it would eventually end. Well, sort of. Even then, it's kind of hard to justify that thing. But that's the mindset I'm being a contrarian to, not refuting as a viable option. You can most definitely negotiate both perspectives as you're applying to the nature or, you know, the circumstances, the it depends thing. Both of these perspectives and more are valid ways of weighing different types of decision making. The duality that I'm talking about is the one that is far more common nowadays. Like, oh, you're doing it the wrong way, so you'll never be able to make meaning out of it. Like, well, I guess my thought was, in a very, very blunt, memey way, I don't drink beer, but I would probably grab a cup of beer and I would give the person and say, hold my beer. And see what happens. Let me know and come back in 2 or 3 years and I'll tell you how Duolingo impacted my language learning. Whether you choose to accept that it did anything is definitely up to the eye of the beholder. Exactly, playing hardcore mode versus going to a LAN and beating the best. You can recognize there are faster ways to learn, but it doesn't necessarily mean it aligns with how you want to learn. Yep. Like people telling you what to do or telling you things that are not right, but they think it's right. And if you didn't go ahead then it wasn't for you at the time. Yeah, your future is still going to change and fill with possibilities. Duolingo will only teach you so much. You probably already recognized that early on. Some people may have the impression that it will take you to a higher level. Well, some people, and not particular people, like it's to me the large significance is expectations based on the mindset that was set the very beginning of this conversation. And that's the idea that you become identified by the tools that you are dependent on. Once again, have you ever been addicted to anything? What are your thoughts on addiction overall? I have been addicted to many things. I talked about this before. What is addiction? Well, there's when addiction does not is sustainable. It's called a habit, or I call it a habit. When the addiction is non-sustainable, then that's actually what an addiction is. Like the difference is that I have a lot of habits. So I have a lot of habits. They are sustainable. So when you ask if I had any addictions to anything, I have a lot of addictions. They're all sustainable. So most people don't see them as addictions. Like, what do I have an addiction to? Learning. Every single day I pick up something and I learn something. I don't take a break from learning. Not a single day do I take a break from learning. That is an addiction. However, I call it a habit because it's sustainable. There's no, like, it's different from something that is non-sustainable, like alcohol abuse, possibly gaming, possibly sleeping too long in bed, neglecting your food intake, or having an eating disorder. An eating disorder is an addiction, is a habit and a compulsion due to the thought of, what about bad addiction? Addiction is bad, in my opinion. So you're only referring to bad things. And I'm offering a counterexample when things are good. My addiction is that I run in the morning every day. My day feels a little off when I don't go running in the morning. Addictions do make you feel bad when you can't do them. So maybe one day, if I can't run anymore, like I got too old, right? I can't run anymore, then I would go through withdrawal. And what do I do about that? Quote unquote bad. Then a habit turns into a addiction, like a bad addiction, right? Something that's bad. I changed the game. So this is usually where I spend like 3 or 4 hours talking about how to recondition a new habit in place of it. So if I can't run, then I'll walk. If I can't walk, then I'll sit and vigorously move. If I can't sit and vigorously move, I'm probably dead. So there is an endpoint. Well, you know, like if I'm crawling, then there's a high chance if I've lost the I'm probably close to death. I can flail my hands around. The idea is that you can spend a lifetime. You can spend a lifetime curbing your addiction into habits, and those habits, I don't use the word addiction because those habits that you form are sustainable. What is a great sustainable habit that I have? Well, I have a bleeding heart, right? I have a bleeding heart, and that was a problem originally. You might be thinking, what is so wrong with a bleeding heart? Well, I neglected my own health. Right? It wasn't sustainable. If you have a bleeding heart, you always place other people ahead of you. Even when you can't. Even when you are unable to. That is non-sustainable. That's a poor habit. Many come in the form of yes man. The yes man. Sorry, that's a little old hat, but the yes person. Where a person says yes to everything. That's an addiction. As in, you're so addicted to just telling people yes and doing everything. It makes you feel really good. However, you can't keep doing it forever because eventually your health and your mental state is going to go into the poop chute. So technically, that is an addiction because you feel good even though it's taking you out. And I had a problem with that. So I need to get my priorities straight. Like, for example, what's an example of a yes man? They lack self-love. They don't ever take care of themselves. Like, the reason why I'm saying this is I can't tell you how much of a problem this is with people around me. Like me and my friends and best friends, we have problems with that. It is very terrible. Like the idea that it makes sense to, you know, drive 6 hours to help someone move furniture and then drive 6 hours back only to meet your friends, right? Only to meet your friends again. That stuff will get you sleep deprived, driving off the road by accident, you know, pushing your limits. So this is like a situation that I wanted to use because I feel like not a lot of people relate to this, so that's fine. It's not as like crazy. It doesn't cut too deep. Okay? This cuts deep for me, but I like to use the stories from my life as a example, right? If it's unrelatable, that's perfectly fine. It goes back to my point about you can use your stories as a way to provide context, but also some unique, but not right. So to me, if you're asking, what have I been addicted to? Have I been addicted to something like alcohol? Life is a drug, Penguin. I've been addicted to performance. Like, I've been obsessed about grades before. Obsession is a form of addiction. So I've been obsessed with grades. It legitimately destroyed my mental health. There are plenty of very, very deadly, like silent but deadly addictions. And we can't really talk about these too much because also YouTube. We have to be careful about YouTube. These things can be so detrimental that it may make it easier, right? It can make it easier to do the unthinkable. So let's not mention those things because we want to be very appropriate here. So yes, I have been addicted to many things that were not sustainable. Many things that were not sustainable. The idea is, though, there are ways to work around them, provided you don't give up and or be nihilistic or end up being fatalist or something, where you feel like your future is set in stone, and if you can't have certain things, then there's no things left for you to have. I'm like, yeah, sure. That can be tough. It's not my place to help you in that regards. A professional is definitely highly recommended. Having a drug addiction is so bad if you don't have a supportive family. Yeah, no support system. You need self-love and self-loathe. It's very important. Yeah, a balance of both, obviously. Such as what? I've already named a couple of them. Those are real examples. Yeah, those are real examples. Very real examples, regardless of how much other people may tell you it's not important at the time. Oh, what ways did I incorporate it? Well, my grades. So when I think about grades, right? The whole thing about bettering yourself, right? Bettering yourself. And comparing yourself to your yesterday self, right? Comparing to yourself previously. That's usually it's not a coincidence. It's not a big coincidence that eventually, after a certain amount of maturity, I suppose, like age, it doesn't necessarily have to be a literal age, but oftentimes maturity comes with a grasp of how to compare yourself to better yourself, right? Grades, if you had bad grades, for example, do you have better grades now? Certainly you're not the same person anymore, so that's good. You're not the same person anymore. So how are you different? Right? All these things create a perspective that isn't warped. Like, if you're 30 now, like for example, I'm 37, and I see a 18-year-old do something that I couldn't ever imagine doing. Good for them. Good for them. I can be happy knowing that there's an 18-year-old doing that. Not, oh, if I were 18, I could do this. Like, I'm not concerned about that anymore. That's one of the bigger things, in my opinion. This is probably one of the bigger things that kind of, I would say, top 5 as one gets older, that will supersede lots of other addictions or potential addictions, like seeking performance enhancement. I'm not talking about physical performance. I'm talking about anything. Seeking performance enhancements. Getting edges, right? Cheating, for example. There are many things that this type of situation, this is understanding, given that you're growing older. So Yeah, I know. When I said performance enhancers, I legitimately, I'm pretty sure lots of people immediately go to like gym steroids, which, by the way, it's a very big growing problem due to content creation. So, like, it's no joke as well, because performance enhancement has become popularized to the extent that you can have impressionable pre-adolescents engaging in something that they haven't had enough experience to determine if they're willing to take the consequences. So it is a very real thing, although I didn't want to be literal about it. It's a mental state. You can be too into getting a certain grade. That can be toxic, that you can get a different grade. Yeah, lots of things. This is a very serious topic, and it probably can go for a very long time. I think the thing I want to emphasize, like a take-home message or something, is the most beneficial things, right? When you're asking, most beneficial. I don't like using the word benefit most, so I'm putting it in quotes. The likely things that are beneficial require that you are able to understand what is valuable to you already. You are able to know what's valuable to you, and then be able to get that or work towards that on the work of others, or like from the inspiration of others. In my opinion, this is an important point, because you first know what you're able to identify that's valuable to you prior to going to other people's work. The difference in this arrangement is that if you look for what's important for other people first, without a self-awareness for your own value, they define what's important for you. That can work if you're younger. If you were a kid, that's unrealistic that you would somehow magically have experience, right? So as a kid, yes, a lot of things are very comparable. There are expectations placed on kids. Kids require exposure in order to get the experience to determine that. As you grow older, you got to know what's valuable to you. The idea is hopefully your childhood experience gave you enough exposure and balance of guidance and exposure that it allows you to build on that exposure, right? That's why being a great parent, having great parents, that this is so important, right? Having great parents. I mean, that's the whole idea of becoming a parent, at least in my opinion. Unfortunately, that's not a luxury, right? Or having a supportive family, like even an extended family, right? That's like the gold standard. Where are you going to get random experience that you can't possibly have? Now, in your older age, you gotta ask yourself, what do you value most? Those are the things that will determine what is beneficial. Those beneficial things determine if something is an addiction or will become a habit for a lifetime. My habit is that I talk about these things all the time. Is that sustainable? I think it's sustainable for now. I think it's cutting into my language learning a little bit too much, but I think language learning it's okay. No worries, right? So I talk about these things all the time. How do you form a new habit? How do you associate how do you kick? Oh, okay. I can answer one question. I'll try my best, but this is not professional help. How do you get out of an addiction, right? How do you convert an addiction? For example, convert an addiction into a habit. Lots of times when I talk to my personal friends or other people, one would determine what part is unsustainable, right? What is unsustainable about it? And you address that. There's no answer to that. You don't know what the addiction is. You have to identify the addiction, find what part is non-sustainable. And if you can address that, then it becomes a habit and you get to keep it. If the addiction is irreparable, right? Irreparable. I don't know how to spell irreparable, but we're gonna go with this. Like an alcohol addiction. A lot of times people would use something like a fancy phrase like substitution, or like a addiction displacement. So you take what you have, what it already works, habits, and you use it to supplant the addiction with a new habit. So one popular way, which is a way I encourage my personal friends to do it. Actually, I don't encourage them to do it. I encourage myself to do the thing with them. Is how I would go about it. Obviously, again, not medical advice or anything. I don't have clients. I'm not a certified person. If, say, someone needs to walk more steps, right? They have low mobility. How about a wine connoisseur addiction? Hold on to that thought. So let's say someone has low mobility. They need to get up and walk, right? We like comic books. I check for a nearby comic book store. Is it a walking distance? The habit is comic books. That's so far as sustainable to both of us. Or I don't go to comic book stores. However, the person that I know might go to comic book stores, right? Go to comic book stores. So I will join them in creating a new habit of walking with an existing habit they have. So now this habit can be very, very strong enough that it would cause them to walk because they have an addiction to, like, I don't know, not walking, I suppose. Not like they have a poor habit of not getting enough, like they're trying to combat a different type, like their health is declining or something. Like something they're doing is, well, you can stack positive habit formation with something you already know. So when someone asks me, for example, language learning is a great one. Let's make it relevant to language learning. Let's be open to language learning, right? Everyone has an addiction to walking. Here's a language learning one. When someone asks me for advice and I don't know the stranger at all, right? I don't know the stranger. Drake was here probably. You start with what works. And I'm secretly, or I'm more directly asking, what are your current habits with studying? What are your current habits with learning? If you're having trouble with language, let's ask, what are you currently doing with learning? Use that learning habit that you have, couple it, make the things that you are strongly already have in place, and they're practically low effort at this point, reinforce something else. So how did I start with Duolingo? I start blank. Like, I did the thing. There were things that were missing. So let's go form a new habit. What's the new habit? Recall before a lesson. What's the new habit? Review at the end of a lesson. break up the lesson, so it's constantly iterating. So my habit is no longer use Duolingo only. I don't only use Duolingo, but it started with only Duolingo. The idea is I'm not a person who sits there and waits for a tool to provide everything. That it goes back to the very first step. Like, if your mindset is that you expect that a singular tool and a singular opportunity is your only route to success, then yeah, I totally agree why you would come at me and tell me that Duolingo sucks. Like, if you believe that, that would be a natural conclusion. Duolingo can't get you where you want to be if your expectation is that. So that's bitterness. That's the thing that I was talking about. I feel bitterness when people come at me, when whatever they said was almost fundamentally not true about me. It's a projection of their bitterness. Can you be very open about your addiction? I would be careful, Penguin. I feel like this is something you might want to share with people who are very close with you. If you want, if it's appropriate, right? Is it appropriate here? I mean, we can talk about it in an indirect way, but I think the most important thing is to find people you have a support system with, right? Like, I highly encourage that you go to your loved ones or people who know you a lot better, or a professional. Show me you're an academic without telling me you're an academic. Drawing on the screen. Oh yeah. Oh there, Arlo. I do need to complete this lesson, but definitely feel free. I mean, you can always DM me if you want, Penguin. I do have a Discord. There might be other people who are encouraging, but be careful. Like, I'm a stranger on the internet, for all you know, right? Like, this is the perfect storm side of the situation. Finding a loved one or someone in your support system is probably the most safest. Yeah, you haven't. I know it's hard. I know it's hard to think that you have tried everything. I totally understand. Like, it's part of like the symptom of being in a state like that. So find friends, family, change your environment, encourage them to help, try to get you to change your environment. Then it wouldn't be everything anymore, right? Anybody outside of yourself is not everything. Nah, I don't care. I need to focus on it. So if you're talking about help, so be it. Okay, I see. I'm not sure how that works with your thing. Yeah, hello there, Arlo. Yes, I write on the screen quite a lot. By the way, Arlo, do you draw at all? That's my next squeeze these. You don't care about people's judgment? Then why is it important to hear my opinion? Or anyone's opinion? You need to improve and get over it? That is certainly one way to go about it. You don't draw on stream? Do you draw it in general, Arlo? That's one way to go about it, Penguin. So here's my thought to you. I wanna make sure we're on the same page here. If you just said you don't care about other people's judgment, right? Let me. I want to emphasize something. This is very important. I don't care about people's judgment. Then there isn't any advice in the world that can help you. you don't care about people's judgment. Advice is predicated on other people's judgment. Like the negative feedback? Okay, so you're saying you don't care for negative feedback. That's acceptable. That makes it okay. That if you don't care about negative feedback, that is something to work with. That means that if someone is able to give you the proper positive feedback, it can help, right? Now here's my thought. That includes everyone. It doesn't depend. We're not talking about dependency. We're not talking about like the worst case scenario. We're talking about everyone has the capacity to give you positive feedback and negative feedback. So who are the people in your life that could give you positive feedback? Like, I would probably encourage you to ask yourself who can give you positive feedback. I can't possibly give you, I would definitely be uncomfortable giving you feedback because I don't know you very well, right? Like, to be incredibly mature about this. I'm not that old because Arlo's here now. Arlo's gonna call me a fetus. I'm old enough to know that there's no amount of feedback that I can give you that can be as helpful as someone you know. Yeah, freaking Arlo called me a fetus. Arlo is a senior here now. So, I think sitting down, if you can find someone who can give you positive feedback, then you answered yourself that you're not interested in negative feedback. You know, when people look at you as a weirdo for having addiction and judge you, that's what I mean by negative feedback judgment. Well, judgment is required. Like, I find it very hard to, like, it's tough for me to understand this, but you can't, it's hard to get feedback without judgment. So you're saying you want to find someone who doesn't judge you based on your addiction, who doesn't judge you on your addiction, or doesn't look at you weird, right? Do you have someone like that? Do you have someone who doesn't think you're weird? That's the person. Go hang out with them. Ask them, hey, can we do something that I can't think of? At least in my opinion. This is not professional advice. Again, I want to be careful about this. That person might be able to give you ideas that isn't your everything. If you know what I mean. Like, your everything is not everyone's everything. So when you say you have tried everything, you have tried everything you know. You know, funny enough, you live alone. Find someone. Right? Like, if you, like, ask them, maybe hang out or stay over for like a day or two. Your friend lives out, like, visit a day or two or something, right? Or Skype or Zoom or whatever kids do these days. Discord chat. Share something, in my opinion, because anyone outside of yourself includes more things than you can possibly know. So if you are telling me now that you have tried everything, it means if I believe you, right? I do. It might feel like you've tried everything. Well, everything you know doesn't mean you know everything everyone else knows. So at least logically, that if you have a friend who lives far away, again, there are tools to circumvent that. Getting ideas from your friend instead of a stranger like me, right? Like, I'm very flattered that the first comment of all this conversation was that you're inspired to stream and make content again because maybe I did something. I don't really know what it is. However, your friend is probably an even better source. Like, it's a safer source, it's a private source, and your friend knows you better than me. Like, because largely this is a parasocial relationship outside of our 1 or 2 discussion days, right? So the most responsible thing I can definitely say is you had all the answers yourself. Like, I'm using all your answers to get at something that's reasonable for you. You don't want negative feedback, right? That's based on judgment on your weirdo, like your addiction side. So you're looking for someone who's offering positive feedback that doesn't judge you based on your addiction. And they have the capacity to share ideas that you haven't considered. That's a change of environment. Not literally, but figuratively. Like, if you enter a Discord chat, like, you say, hey, can we chat for a moment every Friday for an hour while hitting up some FPS? That is still a change of environment. It's not the most ideal change of environment because a lot of people would say, oh, literally get out of the environment. That's more, that's extra. However, it's still a mental change. You are breaking the cycle that is the addiction. One cannot snap with an addiction or create new things if they believe they tried everything. So if you believe you tried everything you've done, one cannot change and create things, which then you can't modify your addictions to maybe be beneficial, like a habit. So your source is other people. At least you hope is other people. And I like to believe that's true. That's what therapists do, right? Like, if you go to a therapist, their ideas are they ask you questions. You have all the answers. So they find the most reasonable way to synthesize as much of the information you have provided, right? That's why they encourage you to express, keep saying things. Eventually you'll say enough details that they'll offer you a solution or like a suggestion that you're like, I can do this. I can do it. And the rest is history. Because they naturally, you and yourself as a person will then have this working solution and you continue to build upon it. This is basically stolen from all this stuff that I'm saying is some fundamental stuff that you'll probably end up going and experiencing if you were to seek a professional, right? A licensed professional. Or maybe you could even do a social experiment with the person you trust most that provides that stimulus. I can almost guarantee it's not me. If it is me and that's the truth, I probably say go seek a therapist. Because there's nobody more qualified as a stranger who has objective experience to solve this problem that the therapist, because they have actual experience, right? I'm not that person. And even if I had a license, this would be in an inappropriate place to do such a thing. So I would still defer you to your most accessible therapist. If you can, if it's available for you. If not, friends, right? And I don't think I've met someone who... Okay, I've met a few people. After a while of talking, though, they did find someone that is far more appropriate. Because you lived a whole life, right? You gotta remember, you're 23 years old. We know each other for like 3 days in the last week. There's no astronomically improbable ways of me having any sort of feedback or something as serious as potential self-loathing due to some addiction problem and finding like self-worth in whatever you do. So definitely, hopefully that gets you somewhere. You're getting training as a life coach after the degree you're doing currently? Well, good for you, Cozy. I can't wait to hear more about all the things you do with the life coaching. I thought about it too. Getting a certificate. It takes, for me, it was going to take me, what? It was like 3 or 4 months. Where I am, like with all the things that you have to do, like the licensing and stuff. But I haven't really done it. And I do not have the urge to do so, or like motivation to do so. I think this medium is pretty okay to encourage other people to seek other people. I like the diffusion of responsibility. Sorry, this is avoidant behavior. I know. I'm being in avoidant behavior. I'm practicing an avoidant behavior, but diffusion of responsibility. If I know someone who can do a better job than me, I as sure as heck will be keeping notes. That's what I do. I think it's the generalist's goal, at least for me. I consider myself a generalist in life in general. My skills are only foundational, right? My skills are foundational. So it's enough to get someone, like identify a reliable person and then putting them into contact. Yeah, Penguin. I hope you find someone and go for it. It'll change your life, you know? And then come back and tell me how well your life has changed. That's probably the most satisfying thing. You know, in another 3 years, if you disappear for 6 months, I'm gonna take it as a great measure that you're basically hitting it, you know, hitting the ground running. At least. No pressure. I chose an arbitrary number also, so don't concern yourself about 6 months. It could be like 5 years. It could be a lifetime. Yes. Oh yeah, that's true. Yes, definitely call and text 9. Yeah, if you're in the US. It's not. Yeah. It's a safe space, I think. Yeah. I'm getting my panic. Your pranic healing is a bridge to language? Oh, I see. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna get our lesson completed. How are you doing, Arlo? We said a lot as well, Penguin. So, sleep, rest. Take it, you know, take it a step at a time. That's probably breathe, right? Breathe.
头发
头发
里面
So, Arlo, wait, did you answer if you draw at all? Did I derail you? Oh, not really, but you hand letter. Really? Arlo, you're gonna pull a fossil reference on me, trying to reinforce my fetus status. Hand letter, dang, Arlo, that's really classy. That's super classy. Honestly, that's a great idea. I'm debating if I should do Inktober. That's kind of where I was alluding to. Like, do every other day, or do like one every 3 days, or pick your favorite prompt of the day. No pressure. I'm just curious because, you know, that sounds like a fun activity to share. You're gonna go all in. Whoa. You'll do all 31? Which prompt am I following? I'm following the base one. The Inktober one. Inktober 2024. So 31 prompts each year. Each year, every year. Since the last 3 years. I will be missing in action for 3 days, so I have to make up 3 days because of a wedding. But we got the second prompt done today. Yeah, join the crew. One of us. So fetus, we digress from Japanese. I know fetus. It's the first time I've ever been called a fetus. Arlo has left a tremendous impression. So I don't think I've ever been called a fetus before. Just take pictures and schedule posts. Oh, for photography. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it.
鞋子
I don't like even people who are older than me for a while, like 10 to like a decade older than me, haven't ever called me someone who is potentially a fetus or young or inexperienced. So it's been a very long time. I don't remember the last time someone said that, implied that I was inexperienced. It's a good thing. It's a very humbling thing. It's also the funniest, in my opinion, in the last like 10 years. It's probably the funniest thing I've ever. So I can't get over the moment. We can make a learning moment out of fetus. Wait, that's how you say fetus. It's a term of affection. A fetus? I don't know. I mean, I think it's funny. It's a story that I'll carry for the rest of my life. If I can. I don't forget a lot of things. Arlo. So you're gonna be the fetus person. I mean, there are other things that left an impression, but fetus is certainly not. Maku fetus new username. Oh boy. Is that how you say fetus? Why is there like a random stroke on? Really though? Really? Really? You mean, is there like a random stroke or am I having a stroke? Like, is there this random stroke here? What the heck? In the right character? Next to this. Right? Interesting. It's okay. It's the whole phrase. Like it also includes this ending. Interesting. What's the read on fetus? I'm learning today. Wow. I need to contextualize. Your eyes do not deceive you. Yeah, so Taiji is the reading. Oh, Taiji is the reading. Oh, Taiji. Okay, good. Taiji. And I totally ran this. Oh, no. What? Taiji. Interesting, Taiji. I'll try to remember that. Taiji. I hope I get to draw a fetus. No, that's weird. That's weird. It's not one of the prompts. Don't worry about it. I gotta put fetus in somewhere. I'm gonna sneak fetus into one of my prompts. Well then, you could just draw yourself. Wow. Drake. Wow, that was a low-hanging fruit. I'll show you a fetus. Right here.
衬衫。
今天是晴天，我们出去玩吧。
Next week, Duo brings up fetus. I swear, if it brings up fetus. Wait, what class is fetus on any of the JLPT lists? Drake, can you tell me if fetus is on one of the JLPT lists? And if it's got to be like N2 or N1, right? Like how common do you bring up fetus? Watch it be like N4. I'm like, if it's N4, then it can come up on Duo. If it's anything like beginning N3 and lower, it's probably gonna come up on Duo. Because they kinda try to do. Algorithm's gonna put fetus in my feed. It's going to. Just so you know, as a disclaimer, though, the best way that I get enriched and cultured based on what we talk about is both my smartphones are on always listening. So like when I go and eat dinner after my stream, I look at the feed. And then the feed feeds into my algorithm on my personal account. So most of the time I get cultured by what people talk about. So yes, indeed, Google is listening and always listening to me. So how do I leverage that? Well, I leverage it by making it do some work for me. And most of the time, not according to Jisho, for Daiji, it's a homophone for another Japanese word that's N1. Okay. Well, Duolingo is out of luck. There has been one N2 word that I encountered. Maybe 3 at most, N2. I don't think I've ever encountered an N by happenstance. Duo tries to stray away from that. No chance. Oof. Hopefully there's no like devs waiting to pounce on a lowly soul and like, you know, pranking me with fetus tomorrow. Yeah, let's share Inktober experiences together, Arlo. Yeah, I finished my prompt for backpack and discover today. So I finished the first 2 prompts. I would love to see what a non-fetus person would draw for these prompts. Especially, the theme is largely travel this year. Inktober, most of the prompts deal with traveling. So if there's anyone that has a very unique perspective on drawing prompts or photography and stuff on Inktober, it's probably someone who's not a fetus. Heck, you probably already have the photographs available. You know, you could collage as well. You could collage things together of all your years of photography. Oh man, there's just so many ways. Okay, sorry. Okay, 今天是今天是晴天，今天是晴天，我们出去玩吧。I told myself I'd be on like a strict schedule because the last 3 or 4 days I've derailed so hard that my fatigue is gathering on me. So my Japanese lessons, dual lessons, are like a disaster right now. We're gonna need. There's a chance we're gonna need a reset day or something to catch up on like sleep or something. Let's see. Today It was no. It's, oh my gosh, heckin' contractions. It's sunny. Let's go up.
如果明天下雨，我们就不出去。
如果明天下雨，我们就不出去。如果明天下雨，我们就 wrong tone， 我们就不出去。
外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。
It goes down here from here. Yeah, I've been yesterday I told myself I'm pretty fatigued right now. It's like it's piling up a little. So I will make the appropriate scheduling and countermeasures, because I also have to drive to the wedding in 8 days from now, and it's a long drive. It's like a 5-hour drive, so I have to make sure that I have my priorities. So we're going to be a little bit more frugal. It's my responsibility, obviously. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone except for the non-fetus. I'm kidding. I'm basically pointing at Sub-Zero, who's not here to defend himself. Sorry, Sub-Zero. He's probably still here, actually. He's probably still working on his Atari game. I don't know. Sub-Zero comes in and out. Like, it doesn't seem like he ever sleeps. You're listening, Arlo. Yeah, I don't know if Sub-Zero is listening. He comes in and out all the time. Like, he legitimately doesn't sleep. I don't know how he functions. No. I think he's asleep now. At least I hope. Other than he might have gone to class. It's 7:36. Yeah, he might have gone to class actually. He either went to the gym or gone to class. This is yeah, it's 7:36 in the morning. It's a Thursday, so I imagine he has class on Thursday. 外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。Okay. This was great though. I love this conversation. These conversations. I know it's very serious, but earnestly, like, it sounds okay. All right. I was being truthful when I said I had a problem with being a yes person. However, because of because of taking care of myself and having like other resources and stuff, I can do it now. So it's fine. And this is gonna sound weird, but one thing that hasn't changed about the habit, aka former addiction, is I run towards people with problems. I constantly run towards problems, and not like a confrontation way. Like, what I mean is, I make myself deliberately available. Not like we already talked about unsolicited advice. That's not the same thing. Like, I make myself present. I always constantly spend the time making myself present, as in a reachable distance. And that's why it was unhealthy for a while, because I didn't have time for that. You can't possibly think that you sit there, make yourself available so that when people are need help, you're the person proximal to that. And that's incredibly unrealistic. So we had to do something about that. That's the very real example. Like, when I was a teacher, it was cool because that's your job. Your job is to be available, right? However, even that becomes unsustainable if you spend every waking hour helping every potential, and you're not like thinking about how to micromanage your time and your lessons and the things you have to you're obligated to do. Then the ones that need help might certainly get a lot of help, but your job and stuff will fall apart. Management of schedules and stuff will fall apart. So that was cool, but it was a problem. It's a very big problem. Like sometimes I spent more time on other people's projects than my own project. And that was a that was a very, very terrible problem. So how do I ever get my projects done or things I have to do? When everyone's sleeping. So then you ask, so when do you sleep? I don't. That was the problem. It's a very real thing. I don't think I missed that. Nowadays, I know that I'm tired. Back in the day, I know I was tired, but I didn't feel tired as long as I had things to do. And I always had things to do. And that was a problem. Oh, well, I can see it now as a problem. Now. Fetus don't sleep. Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah. It was terrible, but cool. Like, I was happy. I was very happy. That's what addiction is. That's what I mean by addiction. I was happy in the moment. It's not like I didn't... I was blind to how much weight and how much, like, my physical being was suffering, right? Like, when you're addicted to drugs and alcohol, you like that good feeling at the expense of anything that's happening to you physically. Your productivity, that's a problem. So that's what an addiction is. It's the separation between a habit and an addiction. One is sustainable and one is not. Even the greatest of things, like desirable things, become an addiction when it's a problem. Like liking too much of a good thing, that becomes a problem. It's a habit that turns into a problem. What does that look like? A hobby that turns into a job. And this hobby was your habit, sustainable habit, and that job turned it into an addiction. What does that addiction look like? You go to a job that you no longer like. And you keep telling yourself that it's for the high. You keep saying like, oh, I really hate this job. Everything about this job is killing my mental health. But you keep telling yourself, yes, it's a hobby. It used to be a habit. So therefore I must keep feeding my addiction. Like I must keep hating the thing that I used to love and continue doing it. As opposed to trying to improve it. Right? You're no longer actively improving it or changing it or thinking about it objectively anymore. Yes, but I need money. That's a great one. But I need money. I need the money. Or at least I get paid. At least it puts food on the table. Right? The thing is, these things doesn't change the circumstance, but I need the money. Can I do better? As in like, but I need money. However, can I be happier and do something happier? Like slowly work towards something that also provides money and fits your circumstance better. At least it's a paycheck. That's a consolation. That's saying that you're willing to settle for no change for the rest of your life, and you hope that it stays that way, as opposed to constantly trying to step up a little bit and change your circumstance. That this is passive living versus active living. And I certainly derailed really, really hard. So I would say my insight, or at least my stories and the stuff that I'm saying now, it's not because I was a genius and I avoided all of this. I actually experienced all of it. So that it's in retrospect. Do I want to feel glum and regretful about it? No, I use it as a way to be beneficial to myself and other people. I'm bored, but I don't want to change. Exactly. That's a big one. Ooh. Here's another one. Your hobby becomes so specialized that it is the only stimulus. It is the only stimulus sufficient to sustain you. And Penguin actually already illustrated this. He said that Penguin said that they like something else, or they know that they can do other things. And then the following statement is, it doesn't hit the same. Or it's not the quotation. It doesn't hit the same anymore. It doesn't feel the same as the hobby. Well, it can't be. It can't be the same. It's not the same. Now, the thing is, it doesn't feel better than the old. That's living in the past. This is the past. And that is a true addiction. That is an addiction. And it's an unreachable one, too. It's an unattainable one, according to the person. So not only is it an addiction that you can't help change or work towards to marry and adjust, it's one it's in the past. It's the one that's stuck in the past. What does that look like? That looks like alcohol abuse, like drugs. Like, you're stuck in the past, right? One of the things that therapy works on is breaking the tether to the past. Change cannot be sought if you're chained down to the past. And it can start innocently by doom scrolling. That's why I totally understand the urgency of younger people, not adults. Like, healthier adults may overcome and modify these addictions. They reveal, they can moderate, and it's still a stretch for where adults lie. However, kids, that's doom scrolling can set you up for an addiction that will tether you to something. So when that doom scrolling changes, it's going to cause withdrawal. What's a great withdrawal that's innocent? What's a great withdrawal that's innocent? You love Souls games. You love Souls-like. And then suddenly, one day, after 5 Souls games, Souls-like, every other game sucks. So here you have a situation. I'm talking about like real situations now that I've encountered, and anecdotally, as courteous as I can be, I hope those people find new things, encourage them to find new things. Because when you have something good and you consistently have that good thing, and then everything else becomes dull, that is a numbing effect. A numbing effect creates depression. That's chronic depression waiting to happen, in my opinion. Like, personally, anecdotally, when everything else that you love about something bigger narrows it down to a single thing, I'm describing an addiction that came from something that's innocent, a hobby. Like, I'm trying my best not to be addicted to language learning, for example. Like, if I sacrifice everything that I'm doing now, everything that I like, video games and everything else, and I funnel all of it into language learning, that's abandoning all my lifestyles, all my habits. That addiction has consumed all my habits. So where does this take us for another digression? I know when I'm tired. Like, I'm really tired. Like, I'm pushing my limits. I know when to pull back. Because as much as I want to go hammer, which lots of Twitch streamers do that, and content creators, go ham, go harder, go longer. Like, we did 36-hour stream yesterday, let's do 56. Or YouTube, like, oh, I just spent $1 million doing a $3 million game show. Let's aim for 10 million tomorrow. That's the danger. And I totally understand the urgency for having carving and addressing potential warped perspective on unsustainable behavior, like non-sustainable behavior. If you keep thinking you're constantly going to top yourself in the same exact way, there's a cap. There's a sustainability problem. There's an upper limit. And when you spend all of the time cultivating for that, there's no plan B. There's no adapting. You don't adapt to anything. The moment your dream dies, or the one thing dies, it's dependent on people. Like, for example, people who like Souls games, right? It's dependent on people who make Souls games. You didn't go around exploring the idea of making a Souls game. That would be adapting. That would be taking your passion for a Souls game and reinvesting and thinking about a different way to engage with your hobby and stuff. That's generalizing. It's not specializing, not putting all your eggs in one basket. So whenever I encounter people who talk about language learning and their sole purpose is they say, oh, that's not going to help you get to fluency. Oh, I'm almost to fluency. Oh, have you considered talking to a fluent person? Like, oh, I'm still not away from fluent. That to me, I don't want to end up like that, in my opinion. Certainly, if they get to fluency, it'll be great and they'll have their goal and stuff. I deviate away from that because hyper-focusing and hyper-objectifying, I've seen enough of that. I don't want to relive, in my opinion, I don't want to relive the years when I said, oh, I lost a point on an exam, and that 1 point is the end of the world, because my world was painted by hyper-focusing on various things. Hyper-avoiding. Sorry. All right, we gotta... Oh, you just posted? Okay. Wait. Can I, where did you post it? Can I see? But after that, I'll definitely refocus on. No, I won't show it. Like, if you don't want me to show it, that's fine. On IG. Oh, okay. Like, I won't share. I just want to see it myself. Wait, is IG Instagram? You love a good D-Red. It happened way too long. Wait. Where do I go on here? Blog? Wait. You need to see mines too? I could show you my day one. I didn't upload my second one yet. Right here, let me do that. The file is too big. Wait. Hold up. Oh, okay. What's this? Day 2. Cover. I think I spent about 3. Okay. So, I can show you. This is my backpack. My backpack. This is my first prompt. Paku. And beibao. Backpack. This is my first one. No problems here. This one was very comfy. We did a very comfy prompt, right? My theme for Inktober is I incorporate. I'm just lettering. Very boring. Oh, that's fine. What you call it? That makes me want to do a letter. I'm just saying. What's boring to you is something I haven't ever done. In like, I don't think I've ever. Wait, have I ever lettered? Oh no, the fetus joke is coming back now. Have I ever lettered? I don't think I... Kind of. Oh wait, I mean technically yes, because you could be like sending like your bills and tax forms, and right? That's considered lettering too, right? Like official documents. Oh, what is lettering? No. What is lettering? Oh, what do you mean by lettering then? What? I'm a fetus. That doesn't count? Oh. Oh, what about a birthday card? Like mailing a birthday card. I wrote something in the birthday card. What about birthday cards? That's gotta count for something. Oh, like, you know. Okay, fine. All right. So here's backpack. The purpose of the theme is, since I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, it has to incorporate an element of Chinese and Japanese, whatever it is. So, naturally, I added a red panda and a koi fish. So red panda, koi fish. So that's the element. Right. And then I'll show you the second one. This is the second one. This is today's prompt, and it's called the prompt is discover. Discover. So I did a take on Chinese and Japanese ink paint. Right, landscape ink painting. Both Chinese and Japanese share a lot of elements similar. They're kind of incestuous about it. So we did that. So that's my addition of Chinese Japanese elements to discover, which a big landscape and stuff. Is that a person in the lower left quadrant? It most certainly is. That's what you're discovering. Yep. That's the discover part. You know, you have your landscape in front of you. Whenever I think about discover, I think about an adventure, like Wanderlust, Escape. It came out all right. Like this one was okay. I think the backpack one ended up being executed a little bit on task. So wait. Where do I see your letter post? Is it under events? In your... on your Instagram? I clicked on the link, but I'm not entirely sure. Man, I feel like a boomer now. Yeah, I feel like a boomer now. Oh, dude, your setup is less boomery than mine. Yeah, that's your site. Oh no, it's on your IG. Oh, wait, I don't understand. Oh, your Instagram. Oh, like you want me to go to Instagram and use your name. Wait, is that what you're saying? Okay. Oh, okay. Hold up. How do you use Instagram? Oh, that's where you post Inktober stuff. How do you use Instagram? Is like the most recent thing. Like, is it the does the most recent thing show up? Like, I'm here. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Ooh. Roll up curiosity in a backpack. Go drive, explore. Cute. Only something to... I have trouble reading. Only when they take or something go out of your... Who's been swimming naked? Excuse me? I need to log in and stuff. I'll take a closer look. Sorry, I need to log in. Only when the tides go out do you discover who's been swimming naked. Oh. Oh, okay. I ended up on a different Arlo studio. I ended up on arlostudio.atl, and that is certainly not it. Okay. All right. Now that we're done like derailing, it's fine. I like it. The lettering. The closest thing I have to lettering is calligraphy, but I guess at this point, writing kanji and Hanzi might as well be considered lettering at this point. I do write a lot, but I don't see it as different from drawing. I should do some lettering. I should write a lettering on each of the prompts. I'll think about it. I'm not very great with lettering. As one may seem, I'm not a very harsh person, if you know what I mean. Arlo, I think you and I might have some conflicting personalities here when it comes to... I'm not necessarily a person who shies away from monologues. It's kind of hard to fit that all in a letter. Maybe a book. Probably at most a book. Okay. Why me? Okay. Alright. Okay. Certainly not. Okay, going to run. Go finish your lesson. You're going to run now? Or, oh, no. As in, you're going to run? Wait, are you literally going to run? Alright, take care. Yeah, thanks for stopping by again, Arlo. We have much other things to talk about. I had some talking topics for the next time we met. So I'll shelve those talking topics for a little bit.
小费
Okay. 小费
走路
天气耳朵鼻子
今天下午会刮风。
今天下午会刮风。
上星期下了雨。上星期
下了雨。下了雨。It may snow tomorrow. 明天，明天会，明天会可能，明天可能会下雪。
明天可能
会
下雪。
All right, another day, another beautiful experience.
外面
外面Oh, I really hope. Sorry. 外面很大风。外面呢？刮？Oh, isn't 刮 ？No.
很大风大
外面的很大风。Guess that one. No, just kidding. Oh, 风很大. Oh, that makes sense now. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
外面
外面风很大。
很大
That makes
很
sense.
大大
Yeah. Okay. We did it! We finished Unit 33. I think we're just gonna retire and then backlog this. We'll catch up. I say this. Wait, I say this, but did I? Oh yeah, I fell behind last unit too. But that's it though. Yeah, we only fell back behind in 2 units. It's not a big deal. I think I fell behind on 3 Japanese, so it's fine. 大丈夫です。没问题。Let's see. Yeah, that's a wrap then for today. Oh no, tomorrow's new vocab day. Refer to colors. Ooh, we're already moving to the new vocab day. Oh, right. I also have to write the things I'm missing. What were the things I was missing? That kept coming up. Was it in Chinese? No, I think it's largely Japanese that I need to remember stuff. Yeah, it's just lung. Lung is fine. Okay. We'll be okay. If not, we'll find out later. No worries. Plenty of time. Alright, folks. That's a wrap. I don't really need to do a take-home message today. We talked about a lot of things, but really... Okay, I'll end with one last message. Really? This is like a super serious note. I want to be really serious about this. If you think when someone asks you, you know, when you ask someone for advice, right, or you're asking for some feedback and you're hoping for a specific type of feedback, and when you hear that feedback, it might not meet your expectations, right? And you continue to talk to this person and say, you have tried everything. If you're in that position, you have tried everything. Definitely go find something that isn't everything. That is everything outside yourself, right? So, in a very serious note, I know sometimes people don't hear and see those things. However, yeah, you can't help everyone. I know, I understand. However, you know, it's always worth inculcating. If you're someone who's in a position and you're telling yourself, man, I've tried everything in maybe even a trivial way. Like what I mean is maybe you're not that thing, like say you're solving a problem, like a homework problem, right? Like a homework problem or like a video game problem or something. Oh man, I feel like I tried everything. Seek inspiration. Go talk to someone. Step away for a little. Those things become habit forming even before it matters. Or what I mean is even before it can be incredibly a point of no return, right? We have varying circumstances, varying dependencies. How you solve problems, the most consistent way you solve problems are often going to be your go-to. And if one of the go-to is to go up to someone and say, I don't want to hear anything that I don't want to hear, and also that you think you've tried everything, right? By not hearing everything. That is very scary. That is an incredibly scary place to be. And support system. If not an official job, person who's trained and paid to do so. That creates obligation. That creates an attempt to break down a barrier that convinces yourself you have tried everything. Meanwhile, you're saying you don't try everything, right? Not hearing everyone's advice and feedback is not, it's hardly construed as trying everything. So hopefully everyone has someone, because I have many people, actually. I've been very, very lucky in my life that even someone as dysfunctional as I was when I was younger, much younger, I was very lucky. And later in life, I found out how lucky I was, because later in life is when the stuff hit the fan, like stuff that seems like I tried something and it just doesn't work and whatnot. So those are the times. Making friends, investing in people, don't know when it'll come in handy. Better yourself, right? Better yourself. It's contagious. If you better yourself, you'll better people will want to better themselves around you, and then you'll attract people who do the same thing. So when you're in trouble, what are the chances that all the people around you are in trouble at the same time? Probably unlikely. And the bigger your support system is, that you can sustain, of course, because your support system can get too big as well and become unsustainable. But if you have enough quality that meets your sustainability, the odds go up. The odds go up with every new person. The odds go up. As in, if you're in trouble, all your fail-safes couldn't possibly be trouble at the same time. Unless, a meteor strikes Earth, then we're all in trouble. So gather your best friends and go to it. Unless the entire human race is in trouble. That's a different story. But let's not talk about that. That's a side joke, of course. Yeah. Go out there. Hopefully you have enough investment in people. I can tell you now, if I'm in trouble, I know who to talk to. Or I know what to do. So, right now I'm basically solving a simple issue, right? In the best way I can, in different ways, and trying different ways, because if I don't try different ways, then I will be inflexible in the future. So how do I solve my fatigue? We'll start by maybe derailing a little less, maybe, or do a little less, that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm gonna get some rest. Everyone else get some rest. Hopefully everyone's doing fine, enjoying language learning. So if you're gonna watch this later, yes, yeah, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. And until next time, 再见。またね。じゃあね。Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye. Have a good one, Cozy.